take a truckload of cliches and put them in a blender. That's what you get. Congratulations, Kamala Harris. We'll see one of the best ever ones you love. Our administration is simply plainly the most ineffective and incompetent administration in American history. It's hard to say that because, quite frankly, I want the government to operate in the sense that I want it to just stay the hell out of our lives. I don't want it to be a 9/11 fire disaster every single day, but that's precisely what it has turned into. And it's exactly what's happening when you look at the general news cycle of the day. Karine Jean-Pierre taking the dais yesterday as press secretary for the first time, absent Jen Psaki and her lava balls, and it is, ladies and gentlemen, very brutal and painful to watch. She was absolutely destroyed. I can introduce you in a lot of this. I'm looking down at her notes, absolutely no eye contact, very weird, and it shows very little activity going on up here. Not a lot happening, ladies and gentlemen, with Jean Karine here. When the question isn't what's racist, now you can ask what's racist, and she'd be able to tell you everything I don't like is racist, and everything that I do like communism, and Joe Biden, government programs, and socialism, fascism, all those things are great. Those are rainbows straight out of Karl Marx's behind. But the things I don't like, they're all racist. Whether it's Donald Trump or independence or freedom. Yeah. So anyway, Jean Pierre having a very poor showing at many fronts across the country. There are poor showings for the left. Ron DeSantis, of course, going savage mode on Disney down in Florida. Even Melania Trump coming out of relative seclusion. You can't blame her. It's difficult to be first lady, and certainly difficult to be first lady in this environment. But you have Biden incompetence left and right. That's why Tucker and Senator Kennedy are both just destroying him. Senator Kennedy is saying you can lead a man to the presidency, but you can't make him think. National treasure. Senator Kennedy is a national treasure. Tucker Carlson roasting, of course, the Kamala Harris's incompetence and let's just say lack of intelligence, calling her a philosopher and Confucius. Painful days, quite frankly, to be Democrat. What do you guys have to stand for? What do you have to live? What do you do? Again, what do you guys have to run on? Tell me, what are the accomplishments? Don't use the word Trump. Don't use the word MAGA. And now, what are your accomplishments? What have you done for the country? You've had 2 years. Elections are in 6 months. June, July, August, September, October, November, first week of December. 6 months. What have you done for the country? Answer me that question, and we'll have a different conversation. Until then, Joe Biden collapse. Anticipated what happened. They tried to get in front of it with messaging, but the numbers are the numbers. The Commerce Department announcing GDP shrank by 0.9%, and that is been the second consecutive quarter, which means that there is a recession. From this ongoing debate, you got to get a Merriam-Webster's dictionary. Okay, so we're going to define recession for you. Here's the bottom line: the Biden economy is shrinking as the Fed unleashes rapid-fire rate hikes to try and stave off the highest inflation we've seen in more than 40 years. Let's get right to it. Maria Bartiromo joins us now. Maria, good morning to you. Go ahead and give us the news because they projected 0.5% on the positive side. The number was a negative 0.9. We missed it by a 1.5, right? Yes, that's right. Good morning to you both. We are now in recession, and we can confirm that because it is 2 quarters straight of contraction. The economy shrank in the second quarter by 0.9% on top of shrinking in the residents. Technically, you could put down less. Hi, we love you. We will be back in some form, so have a good life. We will see you soon. That was Donald Trump's last time in D.C. until today. The 45th president made a big splash in Washington. Protesters stormed the venue before the speech, of course. Everybody's back and would be back soon for good, whether they liked it or not. The main thrust of the speech was about restoring law and orders. Let the people that have to have guns and need to have guns, let them have them, but take them away from them. If you're a convicted felon and you have a gun, you're off the streets and you know where you go. The mere concept of defunding the police should never again be stated or even heard. It is so ridiculous and so dangerous. And it wouldn't be a Trump speech if he didn't go off script a little bit. I'd be the greatest women's basketball coach in history. And I'd go up to LeBron James and doesn't say, LeBron, did you ever have any desire to be a woman? Because what I'd love you to do is star on my team that I'm building up. I will have the greatest team in history. They'll never lose. Nobody will come within 70 points of this team. Katie Pavlich is a Fox News contributor and host of Fox Station's Luxury Hunting Lodges of America. Which sounds very luxurious. Which airs tomorrow. All right, so you caught most of the speech, Katie, in D.C. What was your takeaway? Well, he's already speaking as if he's on the campaign trail. There's tons of speculation about when he will announce. Some people thought that it might be today. Republicans are wondering if it will be before the midterm elections, after the midterm elections. Here he's offering solutions as if he's a candidate. The other thing is he's a populist. He returned to that today, as he always does in the speech. He essentially brought up the same theme of him saying, look, the establishment and the media hates not just me, they hate you. I'm just in the way. So he brought that feedback. But then offered a number of solutions on the issues like homelessness, crime, transgendered immigrant walkers. And what was his solution to homelessness? He believes that we should build essentially large tent cities in all these states and allow people to live there. He said that squalor is not a compassionate thing, which is what we've seen in liberal cities across the country, San Francisco and LA. So don't let him have tent cities in the cities. Make the tent cities outside the cities. That's what he's saying. He wants to build them a place where they can live with dignity and without being in squalor. What did he say about the National Guard? I heard something about that. He doesn't believe that National Guard members should be kicked out of the military for refusing the vaccines. We're seeing 60,000 members of the National Guard being kicked out, and Joe Biden, the current president, is refusing to give them any leniency on that, despite the vaccine not preventing infections. So he wants to redevelop the military and give them some more dignity. And we have some breaking news coming from the Washington Post. This is a Fox News alert. The Post, as I said, is reporting that the Justice Department is investigating President Donald Trump's actions as part of its criminal probe of efforts to overturn the 2020 election results, according to 4 people familiar with the matter. Attorney General Merrick Garland was asked about it today by Lester Holt. He was a little cagey about it, but Katie, this is a criminal probe that's been opened by Joe Biden's Justice Department, and it looks like Donald Trump is one of the main targets. And reportedly, there is a grand jury that has been interviewing members of his administration. But politically, I mean, look, today he talked in his speech about how the media and the government is going after him for years. I mean, whether it was the Russia investigation during the time that he was running for president, the first time, the special counsel investigation, the first impeachment, the second impeachment. So politically, I'm not sure that this will do anything but help him in that argument that there's unfair attack against him, which continues as a result of the establishment and the media. So the Department of Justice being politicized to go after him so he cannot run for president again. It's a pretty big leak. And whether it's true or not, it could be sent as a message to Trump to kind of chill his campaign. Say, hey, we're watching you, we're investigating you criminally, we could indict you, and you better not run for president. Or it's true, and they're investigating. I mean, how many times have we heard that the Department of Justice is investigating the Trump family, the Trump organization, the walls are closing in on Donald Trump, and it just hasn't come to fruition. It's been this narrative for years on end now to try and stop Donald Trump from running for president for the first time. So I don't think them telling him that maybe they're going to indict him is going to deter him from some kind of announcement here in the next couple. How would it look if Joe Biden's attorney general indicted Donald Trump, who would be running against Joe Biden for president? It would look really bad. It would look corrupt. I mean, the Department of Justice and the FBI have been politicized and used as a political weapon against Republicans for years on end now. It would certainly not look good to the American people when you look at polling for the FBI and law enforcement institutions on the federal level. The American people have some pretty big questions about the way that their power has been used, specifically when it comes to how they treated Donald Trump. Getting that much exposure. These luxurious hunting lives. Luxurious numbers. And I don't like the new right again. You say it all the time. The new right are fighters. They're people who stand up in your face, in the tyrant's faces, and say, now, what you've always needed, right, is somebody to stand in the gap and to stop the march of tyranny. And it doesn't matter under what banner tyranny marches. Is it monarchy? Is it communism? Is it oligarchism? It's the same ism to a time. It's just tyranny. That's all it is. It's simply the innate human evil desire to control another human being. And so this is a moment where the new right is standing up and saying, no, we're not actually going to be part of this. The old right was part of the tyranny. The Uniparty was the tyranny. This was the ruling established class that was installed, essentially, and able to make sure that nothing ever happened. That's why the last 40 years of Republican politics since Reagan has resulted in zero results for the American people and for the right. We keep voting for the Republican Party and they do nothing for us. The new right is different. You saw there, Pat Kammeck, Ron DeSantis. These are members of the right who actually accomplished things on the embassy in Jerusalem. And he actually did the things he was talking about. Now, why did he get the wall done? Well, the Uniparty. Why didn't he appeal Obamacare? John McCain. He tried. It's the Uniparty standing there, but that is becoming eroded. It's not eroded because the new right is taking over, and these are people that do what they say and say what they do, and then they can return to their voters. And for the first time in my lifetime, Republicans are going home to their voters saying, I did what you sent me to Washington to do. It is a breath of fresh air, and the people are responding and saying, the new right. How do you like it? But to say that is like World War II, that's like Pearl Harbor, or that's like D-Day, or that's like, September 11th, this is crazy talk. That's just a bunch of morons. It's a disaster. It looks horrible. Definitely need to clean that up. Definitely should have more security. There's a lot of shit about that day that's fucked. Like the cops opening up the gates and letting people through. Like, what is all that about? Antifa being there. Yes. How about the fucking the known FBI agents who were inciting violence? They were telling you gotta get in there, we gotta take what's ours. They had people that were there. They know, for a fact, we know that. Absolutely. The fucking FBI. Imagine the FBI themselves trying to get people to do shit that's illegal so they can arrest them. They do the best. They're so good at that. They're so good at that. They're wizards at that shit. January 6th, I thought it was beautiful. Well, I just think it was beautiful. Like, the white man going to give him some freedom is local hotels. Like, I'm on my channel, I always talk about, like, I'm looking for the day, and it's towards, and let's get it. And just make things happen. It seems like it could move. It's just like, I know that if the white man is free, I'm down. It's fair to say that we have a broken government. What do I mean by that? What you can see evidence in that clip is that we have a government serves. Now, what is the point of this conversation? Kings, right? MAGA king. America used to have a king. And that king didn't care about you, didn't care about this place. This place was just a squeeze box for money, taxes, and for oppression. And right now, the current government of this nation is acting like a far-off monarchy, a life beats, a place. See, They do not care about sending $40 billion to Ukraine. I might remind you that Donald Trump only asked for $15 billion to build his wall on the border, and they stopped that. Do you know Joe Biden's paying millions of dollars a day to not build the wall on the border because those contracts were signed? That's right. These people have opened the border. These people have opened conflict with Russia. They have destroyed the black community. They have broken their contract with America. And the contract with America goes very simply like this. For a short period of time, we will choose to elect you and put you voluntarily in our stead. The purpose of you, politician, is to listen to us and do as we say. And if you do not like that, or if you defy that contract, then we pull you off this thing. I pay you or listen to the will of the people. And this is a huge problem because right now it seems like time. Worse because they're supposed to be the good guys, right? It's really heartbreaking to watch the amount of money laundering, the insanity that's going on right now with our son. Man, we need some help. Ladies and gentlemen, even Joe Rogan is sitting there talking about how broken this place is and how destroyed this country has become through the largesse of our federal government as it pertains to January 6th and the FBI's involvement in that, which we now know through congressional testimony. We're going to find out a lot more. I think that the coming days and the revelations of the people and exactly how corrupt our government has become is going to be shocking to all. And so we're prepared for it. So we go. And we're praying for it because our government is broken. You can run the best campaign. You can even become the nominee. And you can have the election stolen from you. That's a He's an illegitimate president in my mind. Would you be my vice president? Folks, look, I absolutely agree. Trump would actually win the election. Trump knows he's illegitimate. I said, well, I'm legally elected. You said you believe that Russia's interference altered the outcome of elections. I do. We have a president who, in fact, it's true, has been consistent. The one thing that Trump is fearful of when it comes to his being president is that finally we will see how illegitimate his actually was. I object to the 15 votes from the state of North Carolina. I object because people are horrified he's an illegitimate president. Do you believe Trump is illegitimate president? What I believe is that there's no question that the outcome of this election was affected by the Russian interference. But there absolutely is a conflict of illegitimacy. So legitimacy is the question. So that was a very tainted election. And in that sense, it's illegitimate. Why do you think the president is going to such great lengths to essentially prove that because he knows he's an illegitimate president? Stolen email, stolen Trump, stolen election. Welcome to the world of unprecedented Trump. So do you believe President Trump is an illegitimate president? Based on what I just said, which I can't retract. Russian attempt to have the election. Frankly, the FBI is still weighing in on the election. I think makes this election illegitimate. There was a widespread understanding that this election was not on the level. We still don't know what happened. I think it's never, you don't end by picking all these votes and all this election and stuff on and not come away. I feel like, oh, something's not right here. The outcome of the election was affected by their interference. And now we need to know to what degree, if any, the Trump campaign was actually in collusion with the Russia. He knows he's an illegitimate president. So of course he's obsessed with me. And I believe that it's a guilty conscience.
We actually won the last presidential election, folks. They stole the last with that election. I think you won
Bush versus Gore. A court took away a presidency. I come from Florida, where you and others participating in what I call the United States coup d'etat.
No doubt in my mind that Al Gore was elected president. I rise to object to the fraudulent 25 Florida electoral votes. I must object because of overwhelming evidence of official misconduct. Delivered the chair and until the chair is fine.
It is signed by myself on behalf of my diverse constituents and the millions of Americans who have been disenfranchised by Florida's inaccurate vote count. Not the peace with the United States in spite of this election. Speaking to a Democratic group in Chicago Tuesday, he made it clear he thinks Al Gore was the winner.
By the time it was over, our candidate had won the popular vote, and the only way they could win the election was to stop the voting in Florida. Catherine Harris, Jeb Bush, Jim Baker, and the Supreme Court had tampered with the results. Al Gore would be president.
The United States elected president and Al Gore won the state of Florida. I did not know about that.
Supreme Court has been destroyed.
The Supreme Court selected George W. Bush as the president. Not me. There is overwhelming evidence that George W. Bush did not win this election.
In 2000, I guess Al Gore, because I think he probably lost Florida and also that nationwide.
There has been thwarting formation of the popular will. The most spectacular example being Bush versus Gore, where the majority by a 5-4 vote enjoined the counting of more than 100,000 votes in Florida and essentially gave America its first court-appointed president.
I think in 2000, everybody thought, well, he didn't win the election.
After the election, when you stole the election, you came back here and said, get over it. No, we're not going to get over it.
You know it, I know it, they know it. We won that election.
Constantly shifting vote tallies in Ohio. The malfunctioning electronic machines, which may not have loss of confidence. In 2004, the democratic process was thwarted.
The 2004 presidential election in Ohio was riddled with unnecessary problems.
Machines malfunctioned, causing votes to be counted more than once, or not at all.
Based upon an anonymous number of allegations, suggested gross voting rights violations, and misconduct, I joined with my colleagues in objecting to counting the state of Ohio's electoral votes.
As in 2000, the voters of many who wanted to vote were not, in fact, counted.
This last Friday night, I arranged to meet Senator Jerry Allen. It's like I do. It's a 6 election. My theory was like this. 2
is free and clear and transparent and real. There must be independent testing of the voting machines used in Ohio.
I'm not confident that the election in Ohio was fairly decided. We know that there was substantial voter suppression, and the machines were not reliable. The members have come to the office challenge up for their aggrieved constituents, and they have been disenfranchised in this process.
Treating today's electoral vote count in Congress as a meaningless ritual would be an insult to our democracy unless we registered our own protest against the obviously flawed voting process that took place in so many of our states.
Voters who wish to cast a vote for president or vice president can approach the polls with certainty that their vote will be counted. One of the most significant problems in Ohio and in many other states was a lack of measures to ensure the integrity of electronic voting machines. In 2004, Justice Department and voter suppression.
Stacey Abrams would be the governor of Georgia. Andrew Gillum is the governor of Florida. You refuse to concede and say that you lost. Do you stand by that decision today? Absolutely. The election was not fair. The process was not fair.
If Stacey Abrams doesn't win in Georgia, they stole it. It's clear. It's clear. I think that Stacey Abrams' election is not stolen from her.
It was not a free and fair election.
Brian Kemp stole the gubernatorial election from Georgians and Stacey Abrams.
Will I say that this election was not tainted? It was not that this investment in a disenfranchisement of thousands of voters? I will not say that.
People are ready for the new right. People are ready for a conservative movement, populist movement that doesn't burn down. They're ready for the truth. They're ready for people to judge people. The nationalist and populist movement says there are no elites. There are no double standards. There is no hierarchy. There is no oligarchy. There are no aristocrats who can lie under oath to Congress, which is exactly what Cassidy Hutchinson did this week to the January 6th committee. People are ready for there to be a new America, for there to be a new system that is put in place where people are held accountable. It's so important for us as conservatives, as people who are fighting for a better future for this country, to recognize how deeply unpopular the Unum Party is, how deeply unpopular it is to watch the criminals in our country get away with it again and again and again. Whether it's Hillary Clinton or Joe Biden or Cassidy Hutchinson, who again lied under oath. She lied under oath. She lied multiple times. I don't know what else to say. She's just a liar, and the Secret Service and the White House counsel, two people who lie for their careers, is literally their job. They keep themselves out of jail. Say that she lied. So at what point do we start enforcing our laws? Perjury in Congress is a crime. Prison is not the same as it could be somebody who's rooting out and forging institutional power and uprooting the systems that it's built upon. Joe Rogan recently said that he would endorse DeSantis for president. That's about the new right. So Elon Musk was right. I don't think these people are right wing. I don't think you need to be right wing. To be right, you just need to be a fighter. And that's why we encourage Republicans to go after Cassidy Hutchinson. We encourage Republicans. Mark Lyon was in there. The constitutional scholar that we have this day today in conservative commentary. We just can't have a system that is predicated on people having rights and then people having no rights. We can't have a system where directions are changed by leftists in Arizona or Stephen Colbert's staff, and the people on the right with MAGA hats they put in prison forever. It can't survive. It can't survive. So that's why we are so encouraged as a populist right, so encouraged by people who simply want to create a better, new, more fair, and
America to me in one single word, what would that be if you could describe America in one single word? Well, for me, I guess home. Fair enough, fair enough. Well, just a few weeks ago, this is how President Biden described America in one word. Could you please tell me? Could you even say? Of course, I'm not in the habit of trying to read transcriptions. I bring this up to you, sir. I bring this up to you because you yourself mentioned Trump's mental state of mind in September 2019. You stated to CNN, if our presidency is not in good shape, then our country is not in good shape. Mr. Secretary, I could not agree with you more. Our presidency is not in good shape, and our country is not in good shape. Inflation's at 9.1%. Gas prices are through the roof. Our adversaries are exploiting our weaknesses across the board. It's not existent. This administration put the American people last. Which, in my humble opinion, is the greatest threat to this country. For good reason. Sadly, he shakes hands with boats, imaginary people. He falls off bicycle. Even at the White House Easter celebration, the Easter Bunny had to guide him back into his safe place. Cue cards that say, sit here. Actually states, that is, if he stays awake. So my question to you is, sir, have you spoken with any other cabinet members about implementing the 25th Amendment on President Biden? First of all, I'm glad to have a president who can ride a bicycle. And actually, I will look beyond that question. You have spoken in your cabinet members about implementing the 25th Amendment. People don't know. Have you emailed any members of the executive branch about the president's health? Hollywood comedians like Jimmy Fallon. It's amazing. I like to see CNN's produced by Joe Biden is certainly in the Biden administration, pretty key position, transportation sector, pretty high up position. Pete Buttigieg is sitting there having to answer for Joe Biden's literal brain dead insanity, and it is a thing of beauty. Like it is a beauty, ladies and gentlemen. It is like just embarrassing, cringe-worthy to watch. There's nothing good going on in the Biden administration. There hasn't been anything good going on for a while. This is why this is like, they've been trolling Joe Biden for so long, and now they've got Brandon Falls, which is where Joe Biden, of course, fell off his bike. And so, ladies and gentlemen, the decision is ever more clear in November coming up. You'll have red states like Ron DeSantis. Ron DeSantis just savaging versus is the destruction of your country, your economy, your border, and your life savings. So choose wisely, America.
Leadership in New York State and City, you are not arrested worst that can happen to you if you jump over a turn.
Hey guys, welcome to my build guide for Singe so far in Season 11. The reason why I say so far is because things are constantly changing and moving in terms of the item landscape. Not just for Singe, but for everybody so far in Season 11. I have a separate video which contains all of my thoughts on Singe itemization, strengths and weaknesses, pros and cons, not of the items, but of the general design of them, called How Riot Balance Team is Built Singed in Season 11. If you guys want to check that out, it is the featured video on my channel right now. That being said, this build guide will cover 4 different playstyles of Singe, and each playstyle will have its own sub-playstyles, and I will have the timestamps in the video description, so if you guys want to fast forward or look for a certain section, it'll be at the bottom of the screen. And in the description. So that being said, hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. Hope you guys get some good information out of it. But before we get right into it, I have a special word from a special sponsor for today's video. Today's video is brought to you guys by OperaGX, the world's first browser for gamers. OperaGX is full of features that help PC gamers optimize their internet browsing experience from 500 manually selected by Opera. You have different configurations which you can buy multiple starting items. You can do so in one starting item. And the situation really depends on what you want to do. So I'll go over each of the starter items individually, and then I'll go over the different combinations you have for starters. If you want to buy more than one, you also don't have to buy more than one. You can just sit on one. The most helpful thing. So you want to take Crushing Potion into lanes where you're not going to hard shove the weight first. For example, champions like Renekton can maybe push towards the tower and just farm up. But the benefit of Dark Steel is that you're saving gold, right? You're saving 150 gold on Refill Potion, which is basically a straight way for gold. A little bit more. However, Dark Steel by itself, without any stacks, is not nearly as gold efficient as Doran's Ring is, which is super gold efficient. It's a shame that Doran's Ring doesn't stack. Otherwise, I'd never recommend Dark Steel. If Doran's Ring ever stacked, you should get through Doran's Ring and you should work the entire game. But it does not stack sadly anymore. And the reason for that is because it will be, if you are playing 15 stack multiple starting items, if you want to, if you're going to be recalling a lot, or if you just want to rush for Mythic as fast as possible, which is a decent strategy, you just want to go Mythic ASAP. Or not even necessarily Mythic first item, but just item first, ASAP. Then you can just go one starting item like Corrupting Potion, like straight into Riftmaker, right? That's something that people do, for example, on standard. It's possible. It really just depends what you want to do. We're going to buy different boosts every game depending on what it is that you want to accomplish in the game, what your goal is for the game, things like enemy team comp, your ally team comp, things like that. So obviously, tier 1 boost speed, you buy this whenever you have the 300 gold to spend, and you can't buy anything else. This is really relevant in the early game because boost is basically equals damage on Singe, because if Singe can't get into melee range of champions, then he's not going to deal damage, right? So if you kind of think about it in those terms. So swiftness, this is a very good option if you're trying to just pressure your lane, run to the lane, farm the lane, get behind tower, proxy, recall, and then do it again. Swiftness is great for this. Swiftness is also great for making cross-path lanes and just roaming in general. And again, you're going to find different boosts for different situations. So things, a lot of it comes down to preference, but a lot of it also comes down to analytic boosts and swiftness. You can also purchase boost lucidity for a pretty similar reason. Boost lucidity gives you decreased summoner spell cooldown, gives you increased CDR. So you have more summoners, you have more abilities you can cast. Again, it's like a pressure type boost buy, where it just helps kind of control the flow of the game a little bit. Also the Singe, because it helps you do damage. And if you can't do damage in Season 11, your champion's not relevant. I have a suspicion that Sorcerer Issues might just be the best boost for Singe in general this season, because you lack so much damage now from items, because you just have to have DPS. Alright, let's go ahead and start looking at builds for, I feel like maybe one tank item with a Conqueror setup, but running it with multiple tank items, I wouldn't recommend. That being said, so you have 2 different options for methods, in my opinion, when it comes to Conqueror. I have experimented a bit with a chem tank version of of Conqueror, and it's flexible, right? These are 6-item builds, but the order in which you here are Rocket Belt into Demonic, Rylai, Zhonya's, Marlow, Sorcerer Shoes. I should also say that before I get too far into this, that the build order for all of this is always like it's always flexible, right? These are 6-item builds, but the order in which you buy stuff can be very flexible, right? But so with Conqueror, but like what I'm saying is basically not just with Conqueror, but with all setups, like you can build different things for different times depending on what's going on in the game. So if for some reason they draft like 3 tanks, oh, maybe I want Demonic first instead of Rocket Belt, right? That's just an example. But with Conqueror, you go, these 2 different builds, in my opinion, are very stable for Conqueror. You always want Sorcerer to with Conqueror. So, you go Rocket Belt, Demonic, Rylai, Zhonya's, Morello, Sorcerer Shoes is a good first setup for Conqueror. Another good setup for Conqueror is Riftmaker, and then everything else is basically the same. So Riftmaker, Demonic, Rylai, Zhonya's, Morello, and Sorcerer Shoes. So the reason why I chose the items for Conqueror is that it is all, pretty high damage, decent HP, decent outplayability with Zhonya's Arcalax, some Rocket Belt in there. Rocket Belt does give you a stack of Conqueror, so it helps with the stacking of it. And Ignite, if you want to Ignite, also gives you a stack of Conqueror, but I don't always recommend Conqueror because I feel that the rune does have a bit of fall off. As you climb. So statistically, the rune does perform the best overall at lower heals of Singe, but the problem is the higher you go, in my opinion, the less like usable the rune becomes, because like other champions just use their Conqueror better. The reason why the rune is so good in lower elo is because any champions are not able to mechanically abuse Singe, right? Singe is a champion that's very easily abused in laning phase, and lower elos, enemy players won't really be able to do that as well. So Conqueror gains a lot of value. You'll stack it easier, you gain more damage out of it. The positives of Conqueror are, high damage, survivability with Triumph. The downsides, in my opinion, are low mobility, and sometimes you can be kind of low agency with the setup. You can also be kind of like stuck in your lane and like confined to like a dueling Singe playstyle, which in my opinion is like kind of boring. And I just don't like being as slow as Royal Conqueror. I find that because you aren't really getting a lot of mobility out of your summoners and getting a lot of mobility out of your runes, that the playstyle can kind of hinder that. So the way that I like to play Singe. Now, there's more than one way to play Singe, obviously. You can play it however you want. I think, my channel more than proves that. But if you like to play Conqueror, these are the 2 builds I recommend. So, Rocket Belt will give you a stack of Conqueror, Ignite stacks it up as well. You buy basically the core, user items, Rylai, and Demonic. Then you're going Morello for anti-healing or just HP and damage. If you don't want Morello, you can also pair this with like a Void Staff. And then Zhonya's is core as well for Conqueror to extend the fight a little bit and help you stack up Conqueror through your poison, and also to potentially give you healing through Triumph if you get a killer assist while you're in your Zonya. So overall, not too bad at all. I think if you want to play Conqueror, it is statistically very strong in the elo. But it's not for everyone. It doesn't fit everyone's playstyle, and if you're a person who doesn't like to play Conqueror, then that's fine. There's multiple different ways to play Singe. You can play him basically however you want. He's a very flexible champion in terms of like runes and builds and stuff like that. Even Thundersoul is he's a very flexible champion. But for Conqueror, I recommend these 2. As far as Riftmaker versus Rocket Belt goes, Rocket Belt is a little bit stronger early game. You get more health, 10 more AP, and you get the dash, which helps you one-stack Conqueror and gives you some mobility, right? However, the negative of this is that the item does fall off really hard in terms of like as you approach late game, right? That item does fall off pretty hard as you approach late game because it doesn't give you like. It gives you flat side penetration as a mythic passive that doesn't have any percent damage components to it. It doesn't give you free damage with Riftmaker, doesn't give you healing for out of combat sustain or in combat sustain, whereas Riftmaker, as you approach late game, this item has become very strong with a 6-item build, right? Because the Omnigam will start stacking up, the damage will start ramping up, the damage that you deal to Riftmaker ramps up because you deal more damage. So late game, this item will outperform Rocket Belt in my opinion. Rocket Belt is stronger early game because Rocket Belt gives you flat M10 from the mythic passive which is strong early game, and then obviously the movement speed and the gap closure is quite strong as well for early game. If you're like me and you like running double mobility subs, then you might not have to rock a belt and use a risk maker instead, and just have like that kind of late game insurance policy. The problem kind of though is that all standard items are just kind of like slick right now, like nothing is really like that amazing. So don't feel too bad if you lose a game and you feel like your items could have done a little bit more, because honestly they probably could, but the items kind of are flipped right now. But for now, this is what I want to conquer. So let's go ahead and move on. All right, guys, talk about Unshielded Solvent Singe. Unshielded Solvent Singe is one of my favorite ways to play Singe. I think it fits the character super well. It's super wacky. It's super creative. It's super fun. It's kind of trolly. It's very unpredictable. I have a blast playing Unshielded Solvent Singe personally. Not just again, it's not for everybody. It's a very, very, very weird playstyle. So I find it to be a lot of fun. The items are not terribly different on a surface level, but they are very unique in their own special way. So last season I had Challenger last season playing Predator Singe, and Nick King did playing Solvent Singe. They copied from the Predator line. His name is Kubo. He's a Challenger player, but I think that the setup fits very well, honestly, for Singe. These are the different items I would recommend. So let's go to start. Excuse me.
Did the White House change definition of recession? You see how they play.
Okay, so the first item set that I recommend for Spellbook is actually pretty similar to the Conqueror setups. However, instead of itemizing fully into damage, we would go something like Riftmaker, Demonic Paralyze, and then go tanky items, right? Instead of this, you can also like Riftmaker, Demonic, tanky items. You can go, Riftmaker, Demonic, Paralyze. You can go Riftmaker, Demonic, tanky item. Again, it really just depends what you need. But the full 6 item build would be something like this: Riftmaker, Demonic, Paralyze, Riftmaker, then it's like with Swiftness. And the idea is, because you're not so fully focused on dealing as much damage as possible, you have the luxury of itemizing a little bit more defensively in your items to have like more tankiness over time. Yeah, you're not going to deal as much damage as a Conqueror setup, but the difference is not that drastic as you go later into the game. And you'll still deal enough damage to be relevant to usage. So, would I recommend like a bit of a weirder setup? Maybe, but it just really depends. This is a very, very solid though. Very solid setup for Solid. If you want to try to play Solid, recommend this Solid number 1 first place. Solid setup number 2 would be the Increase Rack. Now, this is where I only recommend this if you're a bit more experienced on the Sims. This is a much, much, much higher damage version of Unsealed Spellbook. However, you're obviously a lot switchier early into the game because your rushing only increase with no health. You can also rush only increase if you have double health stealing runes, if you have Overgrowth plus the health chart. You get health off of your runes. But that being said, it is a much harder way to play Singe, but if you can pull it off, the payoff is much higher because no item in the game is going to ever be as high damage as Lee Increase. So next patch, they are changing the injuries to where if you have bonus damage, they're going to take the magic pen away, and it will get bonus damage based on any champion's health. That's helpful, but sorry, I think any champion's bonus health, but I mean, it'll still be the highest damage option for Singe by far just because of the percent and flat damage component. But if you are rushing this item, just beware again, you are very squishy. However, because you're playing Unsealed Spellbook, you have options to like kind of outplay your squishiness. You can grab a stopwatch and you have a stopwatch for extending a fight. You can itemize the stopwatch into Zonyas if you want early on in the game and want to get really fast Zonyas. You can go even something like re-entries into Dead Man's Place, and I've done quite a bit with Unsealed Spellbook. When you have a high damage item with Dead Man's Place taking it, you go Demonic Third. But the crux of this setup is that you want re-entries and Demonic for a double work setup. And then you use that to get as high damage as possible, and in the teams, there's not a single higher damage setup in the game for Singe. You can get close with certain setups like this, so we'll talk about this one later, but the ideal Optimus setup, it does come close in terms of damage, but nothing is really going to outperform this Spellbook 2 setup in terms of its raw damage output. Again, it's very hard to pull this one off, so only do it a lane you can experience with champion. You can also do Demonic first and you can Mandry second, which is a lot more forgiving, it's a lot easier to do that, but you run the risk of not having a Mythic first. But certain champions like Aurelia, they're fine not going Mythic Rush first because their non-Mythic options, like Wit of the Rune King, Wit's End, stuff like that, is very, very strong. and does not have that luxury because our non-mythic options kind of suck, honestly. Demonic kind of sucks, Paralyze kind of sucks, so like, you know, what do you do? Like, what else do I build? What the choices we have. Again, if you haven't seen my Riot Balanced Team Failed Stage, you can love the video, please check that out, talk about this issue. But again, if you start Demonic first, it is more forgiving, but you do run the risk of not having Mythic first, which will lead to like a little bit lower impact. But it is safer to rush Demonic first. But the full build is Landry's, Demonic, Rylai's, Rollin-On-a-Con, Ranting, Healing, Deadman's, and Mercurides. Again, there's all interchangeable. Depending what you need, you can, like, you know, drop the EMP and get Force of Nature. You can drop the Morello and get Void Staff. You can just do like something like this. You can go Easter items and get like Void Staff and Zonia's, right? Void Staff, Zonia's, so it really just depends like what it is that you want to do. But that's generally the idea, is you're using Solar to be super wacky and bypass other really game weaknesses to build really weird high impact builds, like an Avery, right? So what other choices you can have here? There's Stolas number 3. So Stolas number 3 is definitely very unique in my opinion. So this is set up that Kubisan deck uses as a challenger player as well. But he's doing a Trillius setup, where he goes Trillius first into Rylai's, then Deadman. And I assume after this he goes Demonic and Force of Nature. Is probably what I do. I don't know if his games are last that long, because games and Challenger just like don't last that long. But this is a pretty decent setup as well. I think if you want to have like a really high impact Mythic first, which is Trillius, you get low HP and low health, but you get really good action, and legendary passive is quite good as well. It gives you 2.5% movement speed for legendary easily. So with a full build, you would get 10% movement speed off of these legendaries, and you can pair that with as well, like Swiftness boost maybe, and all of a sudden you're like, you know, really fast. You have decent engage with Trillius, you have decent CDR as well. But the thing is, it's a really good build, but I don't recommend this. I do not recommend this if you are new to Sim, because this build right here is all about having as high of the impact as early as possible, as fast as possible. Hence the Trillius rush. Now, Trillius kind of suffers from the same problem that Rocket Belt does, where it will fall off late game, except Trillius, in my opinion, falls off even faster than Rocket Belt does. So late game, you do also have the option, you know. Well, Trillius isn't, say for example, Trillius all of a sudden is falling off, you know it's falling off, but you're full build. Well, you can sell it and grab like an injuries, or you can sell it and grab like a risk maker or something like that, and then all of a sudden your late game is a lot better, right? But the item does fall off, so be aware of that. As you approach like that 4, 5, 6 item mark, Trillius will do less and less for you. So eventually you will have to swap it, I think, if the game goes late. But early game, it is quite effective. I don't recommend Stolas number 3 setup if you're new to champion. If you're just limited champion, it's very hard build to pull off. But if you can pull it off, it can be very high impact in a meta game where your top lane tends to have low impact, so being high impact can be quite helpful. The damage from the setup is not nearly as high as the other 2 Stolas setups. Those Stolas setups have way higher damage than this one. But again, if your goal is to impact the game, then it's potentially a viable option. Alright, guys, let's talk about one of my favorite ways to play Sin, Predator Sin. So I have 3 different Predator setups here. They are all functionally different, but they all try to behave in kind of the same way, where you can grab your Predator boots and start to make with your Predator boots, and then play around that cooldown with your ultimate, look for a clutch fling onto a target, and then use that to kind of like win the fight basically before it even starts. Or even just like, one of the things with Sin is like, because you're a top lane champion, and you're rotating so often from top into a team fight, say the fight breaks out like 5 seconds before you would normally get there, well, you can pop your Predator boots and get to that fight before the enemy top laner does if you're both just walking down, and all of a sudden you have way higher impact on the game than the top laner, because you're just in the fight before they can. You're rotating faster, you're engaging faster, you're in the fight faster. So Predator can be quite helpful for that. It's good for setting up games, it's good for making picks. It's good for rotating into a team fight. The concept of Predator is that the damage does fall off on your preset. Like, you're not really using it for the damage, you're mostly just using it for the mobility. So yeah, there is damage fall off, but it doesn't really matter, in my opinion, for the purpose of the playstyle. So Predator. Again, if you're just learning the spins and you're getting into the champion, I wouldn't recommend Predator as a keystone. What I recommend if you're just getting into the champion is like, the Aftershock, the Conqueror. Maybe you could try like a Ares setup. But Ares is very weak now in modern League of Legends, but I think the best learning keystone for Singe is probably Aftershock, and then I'd follow that with like learning to play Conqueror, and then learning to play your Soulbooks and Predators after that. But that being said, Predator Singe, so because you're using the Predator active to gain movement speed with trying to aim, naturally some of that territory well with that is going to be Turbo Chem Tank. So Predator boots plus Turbo Chem Tank. All of a sudden you have the boots for movement speed, you have Chem Tank for movement speed, and then you can just zoom into a fight and a lot of AoE like slowing, somewhat okay damage, but mostly they're just like help you with clutch fling and then survive with the defensive touch of Turbo Chem Tank. Downsides of this build obviously are that you have low damage with your Turbo Chem Tank rush, but the upside is you have a very, very, very strong engagement with Turbo Chem Tank. So it's a really decent first item spike. Then you would obviously need to stretch that late game going into Demonic, Rhylife, and maybe a Dead Man's Fight Force Nature. Then if you don't want to go double tech items late game, because you have tank method, what you can do is dump those two items instead. You can go for like, more lasagnas, or you can go for like what do you call it? Demonic Rhylife, and then Wind Staff, or something like that, right? So it just depends on what you do. You don't have to go full tank with this, right? You can do a lot of different things. But generally, the main thing to talk about with Predator 1 setup is the boost of swiftness. It doesn't have to be swiftness, but again, because every boot is interchangeable, you can go to what you want or need for the game. But boost, rush, Chem Tank is a decent first item combo if you want to just like impact the game very quickly. And be like an engagement, right? Now, Predator 2. This is probably the way I like to play Predator right now, is Predator boost into the injuries rush Demonic. Again, you're very, very squishy, but you're very high damage. With this setup. Again, this is a very, very difficult playstyle to pull off. So if you're learning Singe, I would not recommend Predator 2. I wouldn't recommend any Predator 2 if you're learning Singe. If you put a bunch of hours in the champion and you want like a different but high impact way to play the champion, then you get into this, right? And I think Predator is a very fun playstyle personally. I enjoy it a lot. This is the way I got challenged last season, so it's very fun for me. But Predator number 2 is boots into injuries, Demonic, and then Rhylife, and then like you just use the next two items like based on what it is that you need for the game, right? This is very high damage, decent impact. Downside's obviously very squishy until you finish like more items. Again, with this, you can also go Predator boots into Demonic and then only injuries, but it depends, right? You will be missing on that mythic, and then you can have a little bit like less damage. Is that worth it? It depends. You have to kind of assess the game that you're in to decide. But this is a very, very difficult to pull off. If you're looking for the most reliable, I guess in terms of like combination of damage, tankiness, utility Predator setup, Predator setup number 3 is what I would recommend. You just start learning Predator with. If you want to learn Predator Singe and you don't know where to start, this is it right here. Predator number 3 goal. So Predator boots, preferably sorcery shoes with Riftmaker, Demonic, Rhylife, and then last two items, just whatever you need. In this example, Morale Lasagnas, you can go like Dead Man's and Wind Staff, you can go like Dead Man's and Force of Nature, like that right there. It really just depends what you need, right? But this gives you overall decent mythic. It gives you percent max health damage, gives you slow, gives you a decent amount of AP, decent amount of health. You get 435 AP in the setup, level 18. You get 3.2k health, 3.3 kill almost. And sorcery shoes for Magic Pen. If you need more Magic Pen, you need to go Void Step, right? For Magic Pen. This depends, again, however you want to be playing for that game that you're in. But I would say if you're playing Predators in, this is where you can start Predators out under free. Okay, not too Aftershock. Okay, so now we're looking at Aftershock Singe. Alright, so to start up with the Aftershock Singe section, I will start off with what is, in my opinion, the best Aftershock setup. So the best, most ideal Aftershock setup is going to be Sorcery Shoes into Rift, Demonic, Rhylife, with Sephiroth. Yes, that is right. You are going full damage, full Magic Pen. And this is a setup that I've actually been enjoying a lot recently. If you look at my last few videos, if you look at my stream, I've been playing this Aftershock setup with just maximum damage besides the injuries, obviously. I've been playing the Aftershock setup with this high damage, but as high HP as I can get, as possible. Hence the Riftmaker Demonic Ritualize, while running double mobility summoners, because if you're running Aftershock, you sometimes don't have the luxury of going Nimbus Celerity. So the double mobility sums help. Generally, I've been running Aftershock with Unflinching plus Legend Tenacity and Triumph secondary. To have good in-fight healing, Triumph is very, very busted with the setup because you can, get a good flame because of your Ghost Splash, run through a whole team because now you're super mobile. I get a bunch of assists, start healing up, get on a full Triumph as well. So very, very ideal overall, I think, if you can pull off this setup. Now, I will say, if you're learning Aftershock, if you're new to Singed, right? And you're not sure what to build or how to build it, if you're just learning the champion, then I would recommend something like this, right? So if you're just learning Singed, then you can do like Swiftness Boots or even like Tabby into Riftmaker, Demonic Ritualize, then Deadman Spawn, or even Deadman Morella, right? Now, if you're learning Aftershock, that's what I would do. Because it is an easier build overall to pull off, you're a little bit tankier, you have more defensive utility. But your carry potential, I think, with this build is a little bit lower. However, because Aftershock, in my opinion, is such a great place to start to learn Singe, this is what I recommend for that situation. Now you have the tankier sets for Aftershock. I have two different tanky sets for Aftershock. I have Aftershock Tanky 1 and Aftershock Tanky 2. They're both pretty much the same thing, except the Mythic is switched up. So, Sunfire Aegis into Demonic Ritualize, Deadman's Play Force of Nature, or Turbo Chemtech into Demonic Ritualize, DMP Force of Nature. The benefit of this, obviously, is that you're tanky as fuck. The downside of this is that you have low AP. Your damage is going to be a bit lower, obviously. But your defensive utility is very high. Look at this, I have 170 armor and MR. So it does help the tankiness. I overall wouldn't recommend these builds unless you're literally the only front line and all of a sudden your team for some reason needs a tank, which generally in Season 11 your team they won't desperately need tanks. But I have played around with these setups a bit with the Aftershock and tankiness setup, so it can be good, but I wouldn't recommend them over the ideal Aftershock setup, which I recommend more if you're playing the setup, or the Learner's Aftershock, which would be more like what I showed before, right? Where you have the 380 booster items and you have 2 tank items, right? That is what I consider the most I guess overall balanced build percentage right now is the setup right here. But that being said, you can interchange a lot of the stuff. You can change stuff out. You don't have to go, for example, if you're running a tanky Aftershock setup, you don't have to go double tank items here, right? Because you're pretty tanky off of these guys, Sunfire and Demonic. What you can do is now you can build into, Morello's Anyas, or you can even build Void Staff Morello or whatever you need, right? And all of a sudden you have decent AP, decent damage, decent tankiness. What are the costs of having damage-oriented Mythic, right? So it just, again, depends on what it is that you want to do as a game. You have to, the biggest thing that you need to pay attention to on Singe when you're itemizing him is making sure that you're taking in all the information from the game and kind of choosing what you're buying based on that. Now, you don't have to do that, right? You can stick to the different builds and just okay, now I want Riftmaker, now I want Demonic, now I want Ritualize, I'm going through Sorcerer issues every game, now I want Void, now I want Morello. Nothing wrong with that, but you're not going to be flexible. And in my opinion, the flexibility of Singe is one of the biggest strengths of the champion. The ability to just kind of adapt to what's happening in the game and not really being set on one. You build this every game. Singe doesn't have to do that, right? It also can be kind of a bad thing for if you're not building the same thing every game. You're not giving yourself that consistency. But if you are very familiar with Singe, and you need to be flexible champions to fit yourself into more team comps, you can do that. A lot of champions can't do that, right? Champions, they only fit with 1 or 2 team comps, and that's it. In my opinion, Singe can fit with many different team comps because you can build so many different items. You have so many different styles of play on Singe. You can force engage with Singe. You can protect backline on Singe. You can be an AoE DPS menace. You can be a one-shot machine if you go into death caps and stuff like that. It really just depends. You can put this game in so many different ways and so many different styles that as you put more time to the champion, the ability to like kind of flex yourself into different play styles becomes a big strength in my opinion. However, again, if you're just wanting to like learn Aftershock and just learn Singe in general, I recommend, you know, defensive boots here into tank item and maybe like right? Just depends again. But let's go ahead and move on. All right, guys. So that is it for this guide for Singe items and builds. I know I didn't cover certain keystones, like I didn't cover Dark Harvest, I didn't cover Fleet Footwork, you know, I didn't cover like, I might have missed something else, I mean, but there's other stuff I didn't cover in this guide, but the main thing to know is that what I covered was based on like the different runes, which kind of dictate the play style that you're going to have. And these are the most common runes for Singe. You know, you have Conqueror, you have Spellbook, you have Predator, you have Aftershock. Those are the 4 most common picks for Singe. There's also Phase Rush and this Phase Rush, yeah. Phase Rush is mostly a defensive pick for Singe against like a hard match with Slizio on like Darius, so that's why I didn't go into that. It's a one that you're not going to be picking every single game. And you can run other Keystones versus Darius as well. You don't have to do Phase Rush. It's like decent versus his slow to help escape from him, right? And Dark Harvest, the reason why I didn't cover Dark Harvest is because Dark Harvest got kind of nerfed this season because items overall have lower AP and they cost more. That means Dark Harvest is hurt a little bit that way. And Fleet Footwork is getting nerfed for AP champions next patch. And with Fleet Footwork, you're not really changing your playstyle because you're just autoing to heal every so often. That's not it. So it's not really like different enough that I would have to go over different builds for it. That's really it for Singe items. Again, the biggest lessons for this is be flexible, don't back yourself into a corner, but also if you want to just build the same items every game, feel free to just keep yourself consistency. If you guys have any questions, any feedback, I'd love to hear it. Put it in the comments below. I read every comment. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. So thank you so much, guys.
Even if we have, economic slowdown, the support is going to help create a floor under the silver price.
Joining me today is Peter Kraut, author of The Great Silver Bull. In this interview, we get into why silver is trading where it is. We discuss the Bank of Canada's decision to raise the benchmark rate 100 basis points. We discuss the JP Morgan spoofing scandal, and we wrap it all up by discovering where we think silver is heading and where the global macro environment is heading. Peter, thanks so much for joining us today.
Well, Steve, it's a pleasure being here. I look forward to our first chat.
So, our first chat, it's your first time joining us here on any of our deep dive sort of properties. Can you tell our audience a little bit about your background?
Sure. So, I've been researching, writing, and investing in precious metals and commodities for the past 20 years, writing in particular for the last 15 years. And about 2 years ago, I teamed up with Gwen Preston at a research company called Resource Maven. Gwen writes her own newsletter on mostly junior explorers and developers. And we teamed up, and I started a silver newsletter. I launched that last year in January. And a couple months after, I decided that we're in the middle of a pandemic, wasn't a whole lot to do. And a good friend of mine kept sort of prodding me, you really need to write a book. You've got all this background research and knowledge on silver. Why don't you just write a book on silver? And I saw what had happened. In fact, what got us to launch that silver newsletter in January was the way silver acted in the middle of the pandemic panic, which was sort of mid 2020. And I said, you know what? Why let a pandemic go to waste? Let's get that book written. I did that, and it was launched a couple months ago, and it's been a bestseller on Amazon since then.
It's funny, when the pandemic started for us, we had some of our writers calling us up and saying, do I still have a job? Freaking out that the world was going to fall apart. And at the time, I didn't know what to tell them. Fast forward, 3-4 months.
maybe met Walt, of how the NHS treats young people who are questioning their gender identity. She found that the Tavistock Clinic was not a safe or viable long-term option, and that other mental health issues were overshadowed when gender was raised by children referred to the clinic. I'm going to pause real quick and just say, I saw a photo of an individual, a young person, covered in self-cutting scars, covered all over their body. And they had received gender-affirming surgeries, as they describe it. Clearly, this individual is undergoing mental health issues. They're cutting themselves. Well, the argument from many people is that, well, yeah, they were gender dysphoric. That's why they were depressed in doing this. I have to wonder, though, cutting yourself, it supposedly releases some kind of, chemical in the brain that takes your mind off other pain. I have to imagine if you are cutting yourself, there is something else going on. I don't believe that it is simply defined as you experienced some trauma, therefore you cut. I think the act of cutting itself is the trauma and is what needs to be addressed. Instead, it seems like my point here is they're overlooking the actual issues that may be affecting these young people and looking for a quick solution, as is what they're seeing here. Yes, former president of the Royal College of Pediatrics and Child Health said the existing model of a sole provider for gender services should be scrapped as it failed to meet the holistic needs of distressed and vulnerable teenagers. She said Tavistock should be replaced by regional centers with an appropriate multi-professional workforce to enable them to provide an integrated model of care that manages the holistic needs of this population. Amid concerns, the clinic fails to take into account wider health problems before putting children on puberty blockers. Cass added, staff should maintain a broad clinical perspective in order to embed the care of children and young people with gender uncertainty within a broader child. NHS England, which commissioned Cass to review the service in September 2020, says it will implement her recommendations in full and decommission the Tavistock Clinic. It has announced the launch of 2 clinics for children with gender dysphoria by next spring, which will bring together multiple doctors from a broad range of specialties. What we saw in Scandinavian countries was that they moved away from surgeries and drugs, opting for psychological therapies, mental health treatments. Clearly, there is an issue where people don't feel comfortable in their body. What can we do to address this? How is it coming to be? Why is it coming to be? And how can we help these people? The assessment from many of these organizations was what they were doing with chemicals and surgeries was not helping. Okay. I take a look at this news and I say simply put, I don't think children should be getting sex change operations. Yet in the United States, the left is an inverted view. They believe kids should. I'm sorry. If a child wanted to get breast implants to affirm their gender, we would say no. If, simply put, that's a simple example. Now, the left, they like to argue that, men get hair plugs and women get breast implants. This proves that people get gender-affirming care and treatments all of the time. But those things aren't about affirming your gender. It's about trying to look attractive or more appealing or feel more confident. Now, many may argue, well, transgender individuals don't feel confident when they feel like they're in the wrong body. The difference is giving you a hair transplant or something, or toupee or something to bring back what you once had, or to increase the size of your breasts. These are reversible. Now that the hair thing is less of a big deal, but it is what it is. Breast implants can be damaging, but these are also adults doing it. And I get it. If an adult is transgender, then I believe they have the right to make the choice for themselves. It's their life. I know a lot of conservatives disagree. And Walsh says, no one should be allowed to get this. My attitude is more like, dude, you want to go to a doctor and tell you what you should do with your body. Now, there's a double-edged sword, I suppose, on this. There have been many individuals who have undergone certain surgeries for, say, body dysmorphia, like removing fingers or hands. There was an individual who made themselves into a tiger. Did not alleviate their feelings of dysmorphia or dysphoria. Many of these individuals still end up taking their own lives. How do we solve for that? Maybe Matt Walsh is right. Maybe these surgeries aren't actually bad for intervene when someone wants to with their life. You want to go and get surgery and do whatever to your own body. You're an adult. Okay, fine. But you want to get treatment. If you determine that it's not and you are having this person to further suffer, that's like, oh, you know, their life, risks. That's my idea. If you want to do it, you do it. Big news that UK says Swedish health board wants doctors to stop prescribing life-saving cures. Deep offense to how they do it. It's propaganda. Now you can advocate for giving others fine life-saving. I humbly disagree. Puberty blockers are just that, puberty blockers. They're not saving your life. What they're trying to do is conflating. Hey, if treatment will change their bodies, there is a disconnect there. They're not in alignment. Puberty blockers do not save your life. They may have an impact on your mental health and maybe could contribute to a lower suicide rate. Sure. This is what I'm going to show you the story. It's a video from SVT in Sweden. Transport means trans kids, a Swedish documented horror being done to children. I'd like to read for you this paragraph. Now look, I want to tell you this. We've got to help. We've got to help people who are suffering from dysphoria. This story from Pete is looking to a minute shows a massive uptick in suffering. I don't think the answer is letting minors make life-altering decisions to their bodies. I think the answer is we need to understand it better, look at the evidence, and then figure out what the risks are. Just clear. I think the parents should decide. You see, conservatives do not say that. They don't mean it entirely because they would not want parents providing gender-affirming care to their children. I certainly don't either. While also, I'm just thinking, these families are going to make decisions for themselves. They're going to decide what's better for their kid. If that's what they deem best, I'm reluctant to say the government should intervene to make decisions for the families. As much as I do think it's going to be bad for these kids. Here's what I want to see from my opinion. They say, at the age of 11, Leah went north to call puberty blockers. The child and her mother were told this was standard treatment and reversible. Leah was little when she wanted to become a healer. I thought if this was his wish, I should agree with it. Everyone said Leo was brave to come out, and I should be proud of him. End of quote. Repeat the line. I'm kidding. The puberty blockers were meant to stop Leo from developing breasts, wider hips, and menstruating. Their use is based upon the so-called Dutch protocol developed in the Netherlands in 2011. As Jens points out, some experts have raised their misgivings about the repeatedly cited research. The worry comes from a lack of long-term studies. And the Dutch study alone is not sufficient evidence. It has too few subjects, no control groups. It was done at only one clinic. Since a well-known side effect of puberty blockers is a serious decrease in bone density, patients are supposed to be checked regularly. They should receive the powerful drugs for no longer than 2 years. Leo was on the medication for 4 years, and his bone density was never checked. The effects were little short of catastrophic. Leo now suffers from severe osteoporosis, a weakening of bones, which is normally seen in people in their 60s and 70s. It is almost irreversible. His mother says that he was in pain from skeletal damage. He was constantly depressed, and he attempted to commit suicide several times. And therein lies the big problem with this. That libertarian streak. I don't want to be the medical professionals. Parents and parents choose. Parents don't look at the risks and don't, do their research. Well, then they're putting their children at risk. What do? Do we say the government should intervene? I don't know about that. But now look at this. Did it stop? Did this puberty blocker was a life-saving? Fake news. Was it life-saving? The answer is no. It nearly took the life of this child. We don't want that. This is a history. They say when information of potential risks and lack of evidence never reaches Leo's family. In fact, one of the most dismaying features of the Swedish journalist's report is mismanagement of the medical bureaucracy. One group diagnosed children's dysphoria, another administered medications. They didn't appear to communicate with each other. Patients were falling through the cracks. If this happens in one of the world's best hospitals, we showed doctors' incident reports not only on Leo, but at least 12 other children who had serious complications after embarking upon puberty blocks. Response? No one appears was responsible. Quote, I think everyone in this case has good intentions. Dr. Ola Nilsson, an endocrinologist, said. But now, it's time to take a step back and try to get really good data regarding what's best. How best to diagnose and treat this group so we do more good than harm, much more good than harm. Minimal harm, a lot of benefits is the goal of healthcare. Unfortunately, the picture painted by the Swedish journalist is one of minimal benefit for children and a lot of buck passing by doctors. Leo's back, shoulders, and hips are constantly aching. His distraught mother says, a 15-year-old shouldn't have to deal with it. His bones shouldn't look that way. A healthy skeleton that's been destroyed by his medicine. That is the moment you can get. Now I know the risk of being banned, but right. So reporting on the news. It's the reality of what we're dealing with. Become a member at tvcast.com to support our work directly. The elections may not last very long, but I'm not going to back away from these stories, especially big stories like this. This is today. The Tavistock Gender Clinic is shutting down. People need to know this. Otherwise, the only thing that shines through is the propaganda. How is it that Leo, now suffering from severe osteoporosis, how does it come to be? Because the negative side effects are bad. When we try talking about this, saying, please take this seriously and do your research, know the risks, get banned. When I go on Twitter and specifically highlight an adult man showing sexual imagery to children, they suspended my account. It was the first time it ever been suspended. Many of you may be aware that I tweeted out I was talking to my ad agency about calling on Twitter, and they said, unfortunately, that subject matter is not prohibited on billboards. And I said, okay, I wonder what I can do instead. I understand why they don't advertise that stuff. I do. Nobody wants to be associated with news. All these people want to. This story from SVT. Let me pull up the YouTube. The date on this date, November 26th, 2021. That's when this documentary came out, or at least was published on YouTube, showing what happened to these kids. Leak News wrote on February 23rd, 2022. It's almost like they don't care about the negative consequences. I think it's fair to say, I believe they still don't. Kids. There's a major uptick, a massive explosion in the amount of young women, specifically, who are saying they're trans. I believe we need to look at the cultural crisis that is happening that is causing this. I don't believe that every single child who says they're dysphoric was born that way. I do believe gender dysphoria is absolutely real. I'll use the example of God. Doctor said he was going to raise one boy as a girl. That boy never adopted the female identity, ultimately choosing to detransition. Now, many people point out the crisis of transitioning children, but what I see here is that there was a gender identity. And I think it's entirely rational that there are people who are born male or female, but do have an association between their body and their identity. Just like this child who was forced to transition, ultimately did not. No matter, this is the thing, the individual is lied to across the board his entire life, but somehow he still knew. And I'm like, that says to me that the possibility exists for absolutely. I also think there is social pressure, gender dysphoria. When you can see that there's many people who identify as dragons or tigers, identity crises can be mental and not physical, or maybe they're all mental. My point is, there's no circumstance where you're actually a tiger. Why your identity would be fractured that way, there's nothing you can do to make you a tiger. Maybe the identity crises are ingrained in the mind, and the best solution is mental health, mental therapy. I wonder. I'm not a doctor, and that's why I ultimately say, you can call me a fencer or whatever. I think parents should be deciding what's right for their kids. I do. This creates very serious problems when you have a man and a woman with a child together. Like we saw in Texas, where the mom wanted to transition her kid and the dad didn't. Ultimately, I lean towards we should not be giving children sex change operations. I don't think we should advocate for that. I think we should find alternate solutions. But I also don't like the idea of the government intervening and telling the parents what medical treatments their kids should be getting. That's scary too. So I'm not going to pretend to have any of the answers. What I can say is this is the direction we're going. Tavistock in the UK shut down. In Sweden, mainstream media is already calling this out. And Scandinavian countries are moving away from this kind of medical sex change therapy or surgeries for children. There's no perfect solution. And I would say, conservatives, sterilize your children, do blockers or surgeries. If you abort your children, I will say it again because I've said it before, the future will be conservative. Period. These parents are starting to homeschool kids. They're taking their kids out of these indoctrination centers. Parents voted for Glenn Youngkin. They said no to the Democrats in Virginia. If this trend continues, there will not be children. Leah likely will never have kids. I mean, aside from the laws, puberty blockers likely cause reproductive harm. So puberty is all about. It's about developing the ability to reproduce. And they're shutting it down, effectively sterilizing children in many circumstances. Not every, but many, depending on how long they're on these drugs. The end result is there right in front of our faces. The left is advocating for circumstances that will stop them. Years, the generation will be overwhelmingly conservative. Now, many people say conservative parents is no guarantee for conservative kids. But with the culture war going the way it's going, I think it's leading in that direction. You abort your kids, you sterilize them, you don't have any. So the future is going to be Republicans, probably at lower replacement levels. But we're going to see a left substantially. See some of these families, polygamous relationships where you have like a woman with like 5 boyfriends. They're not having kids. They're aborting their kids. There's contraceptions, IUDs, birth control. And then when they do have kids, they're more likely to sterilize them. And with the explosion, 1,000+ increase, what do you think the result is going to be? I don't know what happened. I never knew. I'm not a psychic. But if this is the trend, the United States may very well see the same thing happen. And puberty blockers will eventually be shut down, and these clinics will stop. At least that's what's happening in Europe. I'll leave it there. Next segment's coming up at 4 p.m. over at youtube.com/tipcast. Thanks for hanging out. I'll see you.
An ally has been slain.
Anticipate what happened and try to get in front of it with messaging, but the numbers are the numbers. The Commerce Department announcing GDP shrank by 0.9%, and that is then the second consecutive quarter, which means that there is a recession.
When this ongoing debate, you got to get a jurisdictionary. Okay, so we're going to define recession. There's economy is shrinking. The Fed unleashes rapid fire rate hikes to try and stave off the highest inflation we've seen in more than 40 years. Let's get right to it. Maria Bartiromo joins us now. Maria, good morning to you. Go ahead and give us the news because they projected 5% positive side. The number was negative 9.5.
Yes, that's right. Good morning to you both. We are now in recession, and we can confirm that because it is 2 quarters straight of contraction. The economy shrank in the second quarter by 0.9%, on top of shrinking in the first quarter by 1.6%. Now, so far, all of the commentary that I'm hearing is talking about a shrinking of the economy, but the good news for the economy is that job growth has stayed strong. And that was why some people were questioning, well, maybe it's different this time. It's hard to believe that job growth can be up to 300,000 in 1 month when in fact you are in a recession. What's different this time is that we did have an inventory buildup. In other words, a lot of companies were holding on to inventory because of those supply chain shocks that they were able to get the supplies that they needed. So at the end of the quarter, companies were complaining that they had too much inventory and they needed to mark stuff down. And that led to some expectations, well, maybe inflation is peaking. I see no evidence that inflation is peaking right now. We are at their highs. However, we did see oil prices come off of the highs of the year in the month of July. So maybe in July we get a better, more manageable consumer price index than the current 9.1% that we have right now. There is reason to believe inflation comes down in July, but it can go right back up again. The bottom line here is the economy is troubled. Don't forget, 3 million fewer people are working today than before the pandemic. We are producing less oil than before the pandemic. Now, in a shrinking mode, the economy got smaller, not just in the first quarter, but the second quarter as well. Dana, you just mentioned the White House tried to manage this, get in front of the number, tell us a recession is not a recession. We all know what a recession is. This is what economists have counted on for as long as I've been covering this, and that's 30 years. 2 quarters of contraction is a recession. No matter how you feel about it, or no matter what you want to call it, people are feeling pressure. They're paying 35% more for a dozen eggs than they were last year. They're paying 18% more for meat and fish than they were last year. And so those costs are creating what we call demand destruction. Housing is probably going to be the area that you want to focus on most because you had mortgage rates now at 5.5%, and that has put a sharp dent in what we were looking at to be a very strong housing market. Bottom line, this is what the Fed wants. That's what the Fed is slamming on the brakes on this economy with 75 basis point hikes 2 times in a row. We will likely see rates continue to go higher and an economy continuing to slow.
So that all is so helpful, and I wanted to ask you about that Fed rate hike yesterday. So the White House will come out today, no doubt, and the president will speak at 2:15 today. And one of the things that they will say is that recession announcements are backwards looking. It's us looking backwards, and they will try to say that going forward things look better. Do they have a case to make there? Yesterday,
No, I don't think so. If anything, we are looking at a GDP that sometimes people feel is backward looking, but there's every reason to believe that this gets worse because of the sting of inflation. I just spoke on Mornings with Maria to Nick Timmerose from the Wall Street Journal, Ken Rogoff, as well as Kevin Hassett. Ken Rogoff said he is expecting things to get worse in the second half of the year. We are watching all of these numbers because the Federal Reserve is watching to see how aggressive they are going to be. There's now a 22% probability that they raise rates again by 75 basis points in September. Well, that's low. And the chances that we're looking at before this number, we are still talking about rates going higher. And as you watch rates go higher, your borrowing costs go higher, and the rest of the world get impacted by that, there's now talk of government debt defaults across the world. Europe is probably going to go into recession sooner than the United States is because Europe has a whole gas problem as well because of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. So once we see Europe go into a recession, that reverberates as well. Remember, this is not a decoupling. We are all in this situation together, and the global economy is under pressure. So I'm expecting some in the second half of the year.
I really appreciate the analysis. I was spot on all that midterms are 3 months away. Democrats Senate yesterday proposing raising taxes on American companies. We're going to see how all this plays out very soon. Thank you.
and freedom loving communities that they are sick of the redefinition of words, whether that be man, woman, vaccine, liberty, or recession. Now, with the announcement this morning that there have been 2 consecutive quarters of negative GDP growth, the Biden White House is trying desperately and ferociously to spin their way out of a political cancer that is a contracting economy because they spent too much money and because they didn't produce enough goods, because they pumped so much money, helicopter money, Hoover money directly into the economy. And that money, when you create too much of something, means that you will have a scarcity problem when it comes to work less. It's pretty business and literally economics 101. So what we have in the Biden economy is a massive recession, which we are hitting right now. That'll lead to stagflation, and it'll lead to the utter collapse of the regime if it wasn't collapsing already hard and fast enough. People are sick of the liberal world order. That is quite obvious on every conceivable front. Sick of this geriatric president. Sick of anti-Pelosi and anti-Reagan. Sick of Democratic Congress spending billions of dollars that we don't have and spending 4 or 5 or 6 Trump bills worth of spending towards Ukraine. They're just tired of it. Ultimately, the liberal world order is about this: the establishment and the protection of centralized vertically integrated power, and then the diffusion of your power as an individual to places like Ukraine or around the world where they want to have adventurism and voyeurism and pet projects. It's getting sick. People are getting sick and tired of it, and that's why you're seeing part of that populist uprising here. We are through with the leftist world order. It is leading to nothing but a complete and total collapse and catastrophe of the world that we know and the world that we like, the world that we want to live in, the world that we want to live in, and the world that we want to live in. Joe Biden is destroying it. It's time now to take power away from Joe Biden. We do that is we put in a massive majority to Congress in November, nigh on 90 days from now. It is our time. This is the moment. By the way, Democrats are going to spend like billions between now and then. So it can't happen fast enough. Let's go. Message from President Joe Biden. As I keep saying every chance I get, in the middle of a cold, dark winter. This winter is so dark, Republicans don't think it should vote. This virus has disrupted our lives. It's canceled holidays, weddings, quinceañeras, gender reveal parties, wildfires that started as gender reveal parties. Whatever the hell is happening with Novak Djokovic. I know you're tired of it. We're feeling lucky. Every time a stranger race on you, you think, that's it, I'm in. America, I'm here to tell you, there's one something you can do to make this whole virus go away. Stop seeing December 17th. The week after December 17th. That's really all I have to say. I yield the remainder of my time for questions. Yes.
I'm sorry, did you really just blame the entire spread of Omicron on people seeing Spider-Man?
Yes, next question.
So you think COVID will end as people start going to the movies?
I didn't say don't go to the movies. Because it's time to see Spider-Man. See anything else? I saw the first half hour of House of Gucci. It's more than enough movie for anyone.
Is this theory based on any kind of data?
Yes, everyone in America has seen Spider-Man like 8 times. America also has COVID. Stop seeing Spider-Man.
You seen Spider-Man?
I couldn't get tickets. I'm stop tailors. Jill and I tried to go last night. They only got one seat left for our own. What was I supposed to do? Make Jill go see Encanto alone? Too much is from the screen like this.
You say that the real problem is a lack of testing.
We tested Spider-Man. It's got 98% potatoes.
He meant testing for COVID.
Well, then, what are the problems facing America like inflation?
That's the voting rights bill.
You think people can vote for some voting rights? Or Spider-Man's Aunt May is a freaking smoke show?
Mr. President, isn't the real reason you can't pass the Voting Rights Act because members of your own party
True. Spider-Man has his villains. And don't mention Kirsten. The only difference is, if Spider-Man's villains saw Kirsten Sinema, they'd be like, hey honey, that outfit's a little much.
surrounding you.
I have time for one more question. Yes, it's a general idea, yeah.
Do you think that those who are in the multiverse
Because of technology and Doctor Strange. They saw major waves. For those of Joe Biden that looks like Trump, that Biden hosts a show on CNBC called T-Birds, Tacos, and Dreams. There's a third Joe Biden who's the greatest president in history. Approval ratings are sky high. Actually, support the Green Party. I understand the show euphoria.
multiverse?
Doesn't that make more sense? This is crazy. People got vaccinated and the pandemic got worse. Wear a mask at a restaurant with a 10 feet until you sit down. You take it off while you meal. You have to pick on it. Makes sense.
Mr. President, are you okay?
First time out.
cafe when he realized that once again they were outnumbered. We're the only brown people, said Bustos. There you go, writer. We're the only people speaking Spanish except the waiters. It's the great replacement.
That's right now. It's funny. It's like we're the only people speaking Spanish here. We feel cut out of our own.
The influx which accelerated.
You don't like to taste your medicine.
Well, but it's not Mexico. It's people coming from Guatemala, Honduras. They're coming from South America. They're coming from Africa.
No, I totally agree. I mean, it's more than just Mexicans coming across the southern border, but this highlights the point. Oh, so you don't like it? Okay.
No, most are against people coming to America too, like Mexicans. They typically are really against illegal immigration. Yeah, they were really angry that the Central Americans were coming to Mexico. Right. So what we're really seeing is that what I think you see from this is that people who love their countries, who work hard and support their nation, regardless of their cultural background or ethnic background, don't like it when other people come to where they are and disrupt their way of life. And Americans were doing this because of COVID. People were leaving the United States because of the lockdowns and the restrictions, and Mexico was freer. Yeah. And so now they're coming here, they're bringing their problems with them. I see it as ironic in that it's the Americans leaving. I see it as perfectly predictable that citizens of Mexico City would be upset that other people from a different country are coming into their country and changing their way of life.
Nationalism isn't a bad thing.
Yeah, I think one of the most important things, even if you're talking about globalism, you need to have sovereign national borders. Yes. Because people need to be able to set their own laws based on their cultures and their ways of life. If there are people who want a one world government, right? It will never happen if borders are dissolved. Because people will be fighting with each other endlessly. It's the same as in nationalism, you need statehood. Because you can't have a national police force on every street corner. You gotta have local laws, just like in a global force. People who understand the local community problems, how to solve them, you can't solve right with a giant continent. Yeah. But I mean, like, even thinking about this is kind of funny. You know, we don't have borders between states in the way the countries do. And so what happens when someone from Michigan looking for work goes to New York? People keep flooding to the cities because cities have jobs and their areas don't. That hurts everyone involved. So if you had actually borders which were more difficult to cross over, when Michigan's economy started breaking because the auto industry was leaving, you wouldn't have the mass exodus, which means the economy may have gotten hurt but could have recovered much more quickly with more people requiring services and working for each other. Instead, families left in insane numbers, and then the economy just buckles and collapses because there's no one left to support to support the state.
It's this idea of like multinationalism, because it'd be like multi-statism. I don't know, like multinationalism would be like when a corporation has their headquarters in the United States, but all the production or that much production is overseas, not in the United States. So like maybe you live in Michigan, but you work in Minnesota or something like that. It's legal and it's totally fine and acceptable, but when you see multinationals, like that's pretty destructive. They don't have any allegiance to the United States, even though they're raking in all the benefits of tax laws.
This has always been one. This was one of my frustrations with the 2017 tax bill, that I thought it favored the corporations too much over the small businesses, because these corporations were not America first. They have no inherent loyalty to this country. Exactly. They're trying to get the best tax rate they can get, take advantage of the tax system, but there's no inherent loyalty. And we should have. I made this complaint to the White House. We should have had more favorable terms for the small businesses, because half the workforce is small business.
What do you think about the idea of like a global minimum tax for corporations? Like this international treaties where it's like the idea, I guess, is that a company in the United States will be like, we're going to move our headquarters to this country.
All right, to get a tax break.
Right. So the idea is if all these countries agree to a treaty, it'll stop corporations from moving to the side of it. Yeah,
I don't know if I'm giving a ton of thought to it. I don't think I'm opposed to the principle, but
I think, you're right. I haven't given enough thought to it. I'm just always going to point out in the chat, like, here's a ridiculous problem that will arise from there. But there is an issue that, corporations move their headquarters wherever they can to save their tax money. So they're basically ripping us off. Not that I'm a big fan of taxes across the board, to be honest. Of course. Yeah.
No. I think that's something that we can have a conversation about across the board, including property taxes, which I find deeply offensive.
Let's read some more of this LA Times story because I do think it's kind of funny. They say at Lardo, a Mediterranean restaurant where at any given night 3/4 of the tables are filled with foreigners, a Mexican man in a well-cut suit recently took a seat at the bar, gazed at the English language menu before him, and he sighed as he handed back the menu in Spanish, please. This is just How is this real life? I don't know if the LA Times, I'm not sure they fully comprehended what they were writing. It says Democrats will hold the Senate, or at least they're more likely to. This is why I always say when polling looks good, it may mean a red wave, but 3 months is still an electoral eternity. Still, 5-3 could be dead wrong. What they did was 40,000 simulations, and they took a random sampling. They just took a sample of 100 outcomes, show that Democrats win 50. Oldest story out yet. In the United States, you will be banned on social media, suspended. Remember, I'm watching you. In the United States, the numbers are. In the United States, back the respect that they deserve. Tell you what, if I were ever, I'd be the greatest women's basketball coach I have. Because I don't like LeBron James. I like Michael Jordan much better. When I go up to LeBron James, it doesn't matter. I say, LeBron, did you ever have any desire to be a woman? Because what I'd love you to do is star on my team that I'm building up. I will have the greatest team in history. They'll never lose. Nobody will come within 70 points of this team. No, we have to change that, and we have to make it okay to talk about it. You know, the young lady I was talking about is afraid to talk about it. She's shunned and she's canceled when she talks about it. This is crazy. Right, Kellyanne? This is a hallmark of cultural and social decay against which we should fight back very hard and very soon. We don't have time to wait years to do this. The sickos who are pushing sexual content in kindergartens or providing puberty blockers to young children who have no idea what a puberty blocker is. Neither do I, by the way. Neither do most of the people in the audience as you smile. Let's just say they're not good. Are not just engaged in acts of depravity. In many cases, they are breaking the law, and they should be held fully accountable. We should not allow men to play in women's sports. Every time they do something, they're afraid they're going to be destroyed, their pension's going to be taken away, they'll be fired, they'll be put in jail. Let them do their job, give them back the respect that they deserve. Police know what to do. We have to allow them to do it. We need to return to stop and frisk policies in cities and not shy away from it. I watched this on television recently. Apologize for cities were safe. And they apologized, and those cities are no longer safe. Stop and frisk. It works. No expectations. It works, and it's worked brilliantly. Taking guns away from the criminals who shouldn't be having guns. And the people have to have guns and need to have guns. Let them have it. But take them away from them. If you're a convicted felon and you have a gun, you're off the streets and you know where you go. The mere concept of defunding the police should never again be stated or even heard. It is so dangerous. Likewise, the idea of stripping them of their liability shields, think of that. They're in trouble. You're going to protect you. We cannot strip them of their liability shield in any way, shape, or form. We have to stay with our police officers who are never going to have the real officers that we've had over the years. Our police officers are heroes, performing a great public service and great personal risks, unbelievably dangerous
place so that people are killed all over the streets of our country. The radical left anti-police narrative is a total lie. Let's call it the big lie.
You're not the sunless sky.
Find a national security threat. There's not a personality before me, Congressman. You're the head of the National Security Division, so it seems sort of on the nose. It's not in my practice or experience to identify individuals to make any individual American citizen or any individual national threat. Well, you would certainly concede that if the adult offspring of the President of the United States or the Vice President were compromised, that's all clear with you, right? And we speak to our actions in open court. So, what I'm saying to this, here's the left in position to organize that. It's in here. Know where it is. I'm not going to talk about any ongoing issues. You tell us you follow the facts and the law, but you can't even follow a laptop that you guys have had for 3 years. You follow the facts and the law, and we speak in open court about our officials aren't speaking about this, but you know who is speaking about it? The whistleblowers from the FBI who've gone to Senator Grassley and said that you guys purposefully take any information that is derogatory about Hunter Biden and you go and rat hole it so that you never have to speak about it in any circumstance. But the good news is you're not the only ones with that laptop. So Patrick Ho was convicted of bribing government officials in Africa, and he gave $1 million to Hunter Biden. Are you familiar with that? I'm not going to speak about any ongoing investigation. Is that an ongoing investigation? Patrick Ho bribed me. Don't you see that? It's basically you guys whistleblowers saying you're rat holing this information, and then you come here and say you won't talk about it. I mean, inside Hunter Biden's multi-million-dollar deal with a Chinese energy company, Washington Post, Matt Vizier, Chinese elite, $31 million under the Biden joint business partner. Told Joe Biden the big bad told Joe Biden the big bad. I think it's important to understand why we don't speak about cases outside of the court. By the way, I already know why. You know why we don't speak about it? Because it's about Hunter Biden. You guys have no problem thinking about other stuff, right? Like you got no problem going out and tagging parents at school board meetings as a national security threat. But when all the facts and all of the law before you regarding the corruption of Hunter Biden, you don't respect to that at all. And it's precisely why you've got folks that are talking to Senator Grassley about it. Well, I harvest. So 10 days after Vice President Biden takes Hunter Biden to die, 10 days after this long toiling like 10 days after he gets approved. So for a deal in China, well, I harvest. Have you guys looked into that? We're not going to talk about any ongoing investigation. You know who else is talking? Tony Bobulinski. Tony Bobulinski told the world that Joe Biden was cut in on a CCP energy deal that was orchestrated by Hunter Biden. Like, have you guys talked to Tony Bobulinski? So Joe Biden, okay, what do we know about this? We commit to a classified briefing on this matters. So they'd be happy to talk to you, any member of the committee, about matters of national security. Okay, well, is this a matter of we do not talk outside of courtrooms about ongoing investigations. Well, is there an ongoing investigation of the annual flag dinner that happened where Joe Biden was Vice President of the United States? Hunter Biden holds his funds annual dinner at the Chinese embassy. But in order to do that, in order to get the Chinese embassy to pull out the red carpet for Hunter Biden and to raise money for his fund, he had to go to the embassy 30 minutes before and have a one-on-one meeting with the Chinese ambassador. Do you think it's possible that that meeting might have jeopardized national security? I'm not going to comment about any potential investigation. Well, here's the thing. It's pretty easy to see that Hunter Biden is compromised. I think every American knows that's a threat to national security. I think we're watching a crime spree in progress that Hunter Biden is orchestrating. And one has to wonder, like, what are the Chinese getting for the tens of millions of dollars that they're putting Biden in? What's the Chinese Communist Party getting for the 10% of the big guy? And just happen to notice that, like, you guys canceled the China
put in place where you focus talent on those things. Jim Biden said to Tony Bobulinski that the reason they're able to get away with this corruption is plausible deniability, and that is precisely the plausible deniability that you are getting into. You know what? Winter's coming. We're going to answer these questions for the country.
To face these failed terrors, we must know
What we believe the right to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Period. Particularly arms as the United States said, particularly arms that are in common use. Are handguns in common use?
the last line of judgment.
How about AR-15s? Are they in common use in the country today? Millions of people have them. Are firearms used in self-defense, Ms. Owen?
Yes, 1.6 million every year.
But unfortunately, it's probably more common in light of the Democrats' ridiculous policies of defund the police, no cash bail, not prosecuting criminals when they do crime, letting people who attack a United States congressman running for governor, letting him outlaw bail in the state of New York. That probably unfortunately leads to the idea that people need guns to protect themselves, their family, their property, right?
Right, is he the right again?
Our ally has been slain.
Are AR-15s used in self-defense?
Two ancient
Yes, I
swords,
actually described
one
them
of
in my testimony.
You train women to protect themselves. It's something you know about personally. So you're actually working with women across the country. You're helping train them so they're ready. If some person wants to attack them, why they need a firearm to protect themselves. Is that right?
Absolutely, yes.
AR-15s are used to defend themselves. Mr. James, is it fairly common that AR-15s are used to protect innocent people from criminal attackers?
Yes, sir. As before stated, millions of pounds.
let us put this land's evil to rest.
Millions of pounds a year.
One thing, right?
Building AR-15s.
And that's becoming more and more popular with people when they're thinking about defending themselves, their family, and their property to use the firearm you manufacture. Is that right? The Democrats need more interpretation of the Second Amendment. You can, because in the Constitution, the American people like the fact that we have the right to keep and bear arms to protect ourselves, our family, our property. They like that fact, and it's a cumbersome process to amend and change the Constitution. So they can't do that. They're going to say, so we're going to ban certain type of weapons. We're going to try to ban it. Or they're going to come after gun manufacturers and try to sue them. This legislation that passed out, unfortunately passed out in the Judiciary Committee last week. That's their course of action because their beef is with the Second Amendment. They can't change that, so they're going to go around. They go after gun manufacturers. This bill sponsored by our colleague to allow gun manufacturers to sue for the actions of heinous people who use firearms the wrong way. Is that right, Ms. Oakwood?
That's correct, and I would like to say it. That's why I said vocally in GOA first that space to that because but especially for our defenders that we need to pay to an elected body to be able to the restrictions on firearms. And so that is what we do. Should not exist.
The beef for the Second Amendment, though, is not limited to going after gun manufacturers and allow them to pursue. It's not limited to banning certain weapons. They will find assault weapons or whatever else. It's also what they did through the bureaucracy, through the Treasury with Operation Choke Point, where they tried to choke off the financing of gun manufacturers as a way to get at the Second Amendment because they know they can't do it, they can't change it. I hope this number goes nowhere. It looks like, at least if we read the press today, it looks like the Democrats aren't going to bring up the assault weapons ban on the floor. So that's a win for liberty. That's a win for the Second Amendment. Not going to bring up the, looks like they're not going to bring up the bill. Some shit is sponsored, which will not ban manufacturing. It's the hopes of the American people.
Has been slain. We must pray. An ally has been slain.
is not. I can speak to what he said yesterday in front of all of you, which is the last thing that he just repeated. There are many factors, economic factors and indicators to consider. And I will say that the textbook definition of recession is not negative orders of GDP. Two questions. You said about the National Bureau of Economic Research. They also did not declare a recession in 2008 until December. This is 20 months after the recession had already been in place in the U.S. economy. But based on what was said earlier, have economic advisors told they also don't think a recession is likely? And what is exactly the White House's definition of a recession? Again, I'm not going to define it here. I'm just going to leave it to the NBER's recession. I would say that we're just not going to define it. Those are the indicators that the National Bureau of Research to your question about how sometimes it's big, I think that we're trying to make here is that we have a strong labor market, which you don't normally see in a recession. That is very you see it, 100,000 jobs created per month. When you see an unemployment at 3.6, which is historic, that does not define a recession. And so that's what we point to. That's what we're looking at is how the economy is currently at this point. And the reason why is because of the work that this president has done, because of the American Rescue Plan, turning back on the economy that was in crisis when he moved in, when 20 million people were collecting unemployment and child benefit insurance. And now we have historic job creation. And so that is important. Let's not forget bipartisan infrastructure as well as jobs. We're not going to hear the White House say if there is a recession. There is one until the National Bureau of Economic Research is done. What I'm saying is that the definition, the technical definition, and Secretary Yellen said this yesterday on Meet the Press, is the National Bureau of Economic Research that looks at a range of data and deciding whether or not there is a recession and goes that down. To get into hypothetical right now, we do that. We're using that as clearly an indicator and nailing out how we answer.
They're trying to take away the guns from 350 million people because a school full of hawk backdoor, basically. And because the response time was so disgusting, 77 minutes. I have these pictures. This is how you call them. This is somebody trying hand sanitizer. He's more worried about protecting himself from COVID than protecting the 19 children that were bleeding to death. This is a cop on his phone smiling. There's nothing funny about 19 children bleeding to death on their cell phone saying, I want my mom. And then when their mom tried to run in, what did they do? They stopped the parent from coming in the school. Listen, you're telling me the city council is not leaders of this city. Is that what you're trying to tell me, Chip? So you guys don't consider yourself leaders? See, that's why. It's because you don't consider yourself a leader. You don't take responsibility for your actions. That's why you sit there. That's why you are a direct reflection of these schools. You're coward. You took in 77 minutes and you're a coward. You're sitting there like a coward, come back when I say bring fairness to your city. You still had the audacity after 21 people died to marijuana. You swear in. You swear in. Digitally enrolling when you want it, you can't figure it out. Because you can't protect your 21 kids and you can't run a meeting digitally. Because you know why? He got protects too much. And that's why you're that's why you're pathetic. And that's why I'm here to expose you guys. Because we got all our leadership responsible for 21 people being dead. You realize that? You know how many people I think all that is very frustrating with that. I know you may not pull the trigger, but it doesn't matter. There's a set of circumstances that a domino effect happens. One domino. This is somebody wearing hand sanitizer. He's more worried about protecting himself from COVID than protecting the 19 children that were bleeding to death. This is a cop on his phone smiling. There's nothing funny about 19 children bleeding to death on their cell phone saying, I want my mom. And then when their mom tried to run in, what did they do? They stopped the parents from coming into school. That's disgusting. You guys should all be ashamed of yourselves. And I know it's your policies, and I know there will be a 6 months. I know the investigation will come out. And you guys will probably not get in trouble because it's not necessarily your fault. Because you guys as leadership take responsibility for this. In order to be proactive, instead of reactive, hold the shows like you're active. You didn't let no Maradona. If another school shooting would have happened, he still would have been in charge. Think about that. Thank you guys. So if any parents want to hate me, if you want to intimidate attention, please do that.
Go to those men. I trust them.
Every time you have a press conference, you say crime is up. Get your questions. Chicagoans are asking, how can you possibly even consider running for re-election? Some unelected body, it's how
someplace else. Because I am about to move on. I'm not finished. Let me just finish. And the nonsense that you're spewing, that tourists are coming to our city, all you have to do is walk up and down the street. No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. You will stop speaking. You will stop speaking. You're full of crap. And that's the nicest thing that I can say. I will not let you spoil this moment. And I will not let you, if you do not stop, Harold, if you do not stop people with you, I will ask you to leave and I will make sure that nobody's taking you out. You will not act like this, sir. You can talk and say whatever you want on the street, but in here, in my press conference, you will not act like this. And let me be clear with you. I'm not patting myself on the back. I'm not telling you a victory lap. What I'm saying is that after 30 years of futility, the men and women of the city will have good paying jobs that they can really help the future. I will just say that you have to shut up your police and fire commission. And you don't want to hear the facts because you can't handle the truth, sir.
Legendary.
What's worse than doesn't work because this bill is really about taking the rights from law-abiding citizens. If that is a problem, then we have a big difference. We have a lot of debates here about a different position and we go into theories and I'm not academic. Okay, I'm not going to point. I don't care what this lawyer said. I'm not going for academics. You have to position this right, the Second Amendment, the rights of American citizens. Tell us our children, my children, that they are not protected against foreign and domestic enemies and tyranny government, and they're not protected from bandits, and they're not going to get protected and guaranteed. And I really value this right, and I hope my other side will start thinking about it. And playing politics with people's lives. There are some things that happen. We need to educate our children. In our country, we need to understand that it is about, but you have to have respect, you have to have safety, you need to do that. You know, we have to expose our children to this. But we cannot take rights from law-abiding citizens, and we cannot have this academic debates. It's a real life and death situation. We have to look what's happening in other countries. You know, and I think we need to make sure that we care about what is making our country the greatest in the world. And I am disappointed that you drive it up once and what the development that reason because this bill, it is the freedom of life. Many of you are the same ones. Anybody talking about the words. Security doors officers. What happened should ever have to experience that type of As soon as the art family members also teach the career, we don't also send our kids to school. As long as we don't also show them. People also feel the tremendous Because these tragedies that are deep inside of ourselves because we do. We oppose these policies precisely because the lives of these victims matter. Because the grief of their loved ones is real. Because we all want thriving communities. The families are flourishing, so burying their children.
Hey Google, set an alarm for 2 p.m. tomorrow.
Your alarm set for tomorrow at 2 p.m.
Hey Google, set an alarm for 1 p.m. tomorrow.
All right, your alarm set for tomorrow at 1 p.m.
So Gillian was asked, listen, are we going to get roped into this? Here. Gillian says, if they lose, honestly, talking about Biden losing the campaign, I don't think that the big guy really cares about that because he'll be too busy focusing on all the other S there he's doing.
So I think better actually stepping up and calling many more that are definitely needed. Now, an example of us taking ownership of some initials that have sort of a bad connotation, but certainly a different connotation, much like Q and 17 and all that good stuff. But here is LGBTQ. L standing for liberty, G standing for guns, B, beer, T for Trump, and Q for the Punisher. Amen to that. Amen to that. Also, MSNBC's hack, Katie Tur. Sounds like she's actually starting to figure out us up. Check it out.
There was just a Gallup poll out today that shows the trust in media, newspapers, and television is hitting an all-time low. People don't trust us, they don't believe us, and it makes me wonder if this job, as I'm currently doing it, is effective, but if it's doing more harm than good. I don't have a good answer for that.
It's definitely not helping. Definitely doing harm to, well, your guys' reputation, and really it's kind of helping split people off of the mainstream lines. So, you know, 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. Now, 7 ways, now they're blaming this on the Biden regime. Of course, this is natural news. It's just kind of their sensationalism. I know some of you guys love what's going on over here. I just find it to be very sensational. Top 7 ways Biden regime is decimating America and all Americans, or another way to put it, top 7 ways that we are being attacked in this country and have very little support from the people that should be supporting us. One, they're pushing toxic blood clotting spike protein injections for everyone, including babies. Ending all domestic fossil fuel production. Burning and exploding food factories and fertilizer plants. Blocking and suffocating the supply chain in order to usher in lab-made food. Printing and laundering trillions of dollars that drives inflation through the roof. Censoring all information that protects the health and safety of Americans. And fostering the biggest misinformation campaign ever about war and vaccines. It's honest, it's right on money. This is essentially what they've used against us. But we've been pretty significantly powerful resisting that. Seems to me. Now, something that's coming out that's just baffling to me. Just baffling. One, I can't imagine there's actually 400 cops out in Uvalde. Supposedly in the school itself, nearly 400 officers were at Uvalde Elementary School as police hesitated to engage the shooter. Now, I don't know if that's 375, 390. I don't know what almost 400 is. Let's just say it's 350. Really? You guys couldn't come? And I know for sure. What do you have to blast? You don't want guns to get through? Really? If this is true, oh man, I mean, this is fantastic to me in the sense it's the most horrific things. Please, know that when I get what I'm about to say. But this horrific thing that's happened numerous times. We've got numerous false flag shootings. I'm not saying they were big. I'm not saying that everybody was a crisis actor. I'm not saying anything like that. What I am saying is that the shooters themselves, I believe, are a little more MK Ultra, if you will. And we are seeing how these things actually play out. It's not just so much the MK Ultra guy, but now we're finding out that upper management was actually prohibiting people from doing the right thing. That the governing officials intentionally sabotaged the effort for political gains. I can only assume, considering immediately they tried to pass laws and everything else under the sun. This is how they have played forever. Problem is now, like that NBC lady, problem is now, they don't have the microphone anymore. We own it. We're going to continue to own it. We're going to continue to gain trust with our followers rather than lose trust from our followers like they're tending to do. Everything's falling apart for them in every single issue. First half of the Medvold article today, and it's actually significantly short. We're literally going to read it, so I don't quote that, but it's got some really, really good stuff in it. But I think it does really weak in that respect, and that's probably one of the things I love about Volcker. Again, I don't consider everything he says to be 100% correct. Please know that. I don't think anyone is, for that matter, right now. I don't think anyone's even reasonably close as far as most of the main names out there. I'm fully close. So what we do is we look for the good in this. We look for the general kind of theme. And then we understand that some of the details are maybe not quite correct. But the theme that he tells, I've been following this dude for years. His theme is usually very close to the direction we're heading. So the big U.S. President Biden failed to get oil on his recent begging trip in the Middle East. This means the countdown for the implosion of the U.S. and Western to use Iran as an enemy in order to justify massive arms sales in exchange for oil. Saudi ambassador to Washington Remo Benz also some of the region's thinking, which is this security paradigm and reductionist. It's like they're not falling for it anymore. No weapons for oil means no oil for the U.S. and its client states. No oil means no economic activity. They're 100% right. No oil, we're shut down. We're shut down in so many ways. Because there ain't heavy oil like they do in the East is spittering out fearful bioweapons and threatening war in a desperate effort to steal off the inevitable table. It is being systematically hunted down and killed, as this video media shows. I don't quite read into it quite like he says systematically down, but it's obvious that people know who the enemy is. That's exceptionally important, by the way. We are going to play a final video for all the people out there that are like, oh my God, what about that percentage of the most progressives in this country? I'm going to give you an example of how that whole scenario will play out if those people don't rise up. But ultimately, we, the people, we, the majority, need to keep in mind who the enemy is. It's not don't get me wrong. They're not the problem. These guys are the problem. That meeting must continue. They're not let us down. The real meaning of Biden's visit to the Middle East, his failure to get continued free oil in exchange for money printed out of nothing, is going to have ramifications far beyond the United States. It will mean the end of the BIS, the UN, the EU, and perhaps even the opposite. To understand why this is, we need to review a little bit of background material first. The BIS, or Central Bank of the Central Banks, was founded in 1930 using Asian gold. This gold was lent to the Germans to help them pay their obligations under the Treaty of Versailles, signed at the end of World War II. In exchange, the Asians were promised the United Nations would be set up as a world parliament, with the ancient royal families of the East and West providing families. The victorious allies reneged on their promise to spend the gold that was lent to them. Instead, their Marshall Plan only developed the countries they controlled, now known as the G7. In retaliation, the Asians cut off further access to their gold, but the U.S. ran out of gold when we had the Nixon shock of 1971. That is when the dollar was decoupled from gold. Instead, the countries of the world had to use dollars to buy oil. This was a giant sugar out of the U.S. trade surplus U.S. in order to buy oil. This led to a strong dollar and free money for the Americans. However, the result was U.S. industry lost its competitiveness, and over 50 years of trade deficits turned the U.S. into the most indebted country in the world history. Then, finally, the rest of the world decided to stop lending money to the U.S. in 2008, leading to the Lehman shock. The Americans were able to buy time then by promising to put a black communist in as president. At this point, readers need to know that communism was created by the Vatican, or should I say the P2 Freemasons, who control the Vatican, and the Obama is their house slave. In any case, the Obama ruse convinced the Asians to hand over 700 tons of gold to the Federal Reserve Board under Greenspan. This was leveraged over 1,000-fold to create $23 trillion that kept the United States of America Corporation going until 2020. When the money ran out in January of 2020, the Kazarian Mafia-controlled West responded with a massive bioweapons and vaccine attack. They hoped to murder enough people so that they could stay in power. This effort has failed. They also managed to get some funding for the U.S. corporation by promising to bring back Barack Obama with Joe Biden acting as his roommate. That was the result of general disgust with the antics of the new regime. This is a background. It is seen as the fall of local governments and the isolation of the G7 from the rest of the world. We talked to the Dragon family representative representatives about the situation. He said there were a series of emergency meetings in Switzerland last week between the representatives of the Vatican and the Dragon family. As a result of this, all the gold of Swiss bank vaults has been returned to the Asian royal families, the sources say. The gold is now in Hong Kong, he notes. This was gold that was lent to establish the BIS and other related gold, such as the gold stolen from the Qing royal family, royal family. All the supposed Peter Dragon family. Was expected to be the dragon. The other thing the Dragon family representatives had to say was that all the top secret financial codes are going to be changed, and all those people who do not receive these new codes will be killed as traitors. I think this is kind of the part that sort of ties into Kim Gogan. He's been talking to her a little bit. I think he's starting to realize that the Dragon families are this old order that may not necessarily have power anymore. So who controls these new codes is a guess. I'm under the impression that Kim Gogan would claim it's her. Again, don't know. I have no way to verify or validate any of this stuff. This is just trying to put your ear to the ground and see what the hell you hear. So we looked for independent confirmation. The legendary Swiss gold vaults were empty, and we found this partial confirmation. The Swiss central bank primarily stores its gold and that of foreign central banks at the Bank of International Settlements, the BIS. On its flats, in the capital, Gurney. This vault may be one of the largest globally, however, due to a renovation, this vault is now empty. The metal has temporarily been transferred to a federal bunker near Kandersteg. It's deep in the Swiss mountains. Makes me think that the Khazarians stole it, but whoever's actually controlled it will see. To describe it, to explain physical gold dealers, all the vaults are empty. And we also found out that a plan by the Austrian Central Bank to move 50 tons of their gold from London to Switzerland, announced in 2015. That's not big. Interesting information being shared. Also finding out Goldman jumps as traders spark Q2 revenue beat. Until earnings plunge 47%. So long story short, they were supposed to grow at 2.6 billion. They were at 5.5 billion the same time last quarter. So year over year, they were supposed to be down almost 50%. What actually happened is they slightly outperformed that 2.6% drop to 2.9%. So again, could have been worse. That was like 47% or whatever. What this implies to me is significant downward trend. And it gets into, they're talking about underwriting. Recent underwriting was due to significantly lower net revenues in both equity and debt underwriting, reflecting a significant decline in industry-wide volume. So everything's slowing down. This is a slowing economy. Or, as Volkert's kind of talking about, signs of a domain. That's what we're living through. The G7 tells the Western world to welcome this is a lot. We've had just tyrants running this country and doing horrible things in other parts of the world and telling us, oh, hey, no, we're in the right, we're doing the best thing right. But we've come to find out we've got a lot of blood on our hands. And we're kind of living through that coming to light, which is sort of where we're at. Ukrainian President Zelensky fires his spy chief and his top prosecutor. Very significant moves. Top-ranking government officials who are close allies of Zelensky. Apparently, the president's explained that he has lost faith in their leadership nearly 5 months into Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Zelensky dismissed security chief Ivan Bakanov, childhood friend who helped lead his presidential campaign, and Prosecutor General Irina Vendikova served as his foreign affairs advisor during his presidential race. More than 650 criminal treason proceedings have been opened up in the prosecutor's office employees, Zelensky stated. sounds like is it maybe sounds like Zelensky might be turning and sort of exposing this criminal apparatus that he's been in charge of. And he was put in charge because he was an actor, playing the president. They brought him in. He was already a billionaire, and they paid him a crap ton of money to take the role. So he took the role. Well, as things have played out, maybe he's got second thoughts. Maybe he's having back-ended discussions with others. Don't know. Maybe this is just me completely misreading. That's also very possible. More than 650 criminal treason proceedings have been opened up into the prosecutor's office. Wouldn't surprise me that people put close to President Zelensky comments on his childhood friends. Everybody around President Trump's hard as hell to find somebody who doesn't. A lot of people like to blame Trump for that. It's like you don't just get government jobs like that. You've got to have proven yourself. And most people that have proven themselves, well, it seems like they might have been. Swedish Left Party abandons the native opposition. You see, the party of Sweden used to be against Sweden. What this means is, and what this is, honestly, is just blatant deep state demonstrating how they control the parties. The Republican Party, the Democratic Party, granted this is Sweden. It's the same damn thing. You two Sweden's doing this. Now it's the deep state. Soros is one of the most famous deep state financiers. Bill Gates being another one. Like, there's a few of them, right? This is what this is.
What's going on?
And this demonstrates how these parties are not run by the people and their ideologies. These parties, much like BLM, Antifa, very left-leaning parties, these parties are controlled by a higher power. And apparently they change their mind when it's convenient, don't they? We've seen a lot of that. Now, again, changing your mind when it's convenient, it's kind of like what a lot of us are going through right now. With the inflation, the economy, with the stock market, that's assuredly going to have some very, very rough times ahead. DRSLikeSchool.com, great place where you can get your precious metals. I love precious metals. I'm actually going to be calling these guys myself to be putting some money into these precious metals retirement accounts. I've also got one other small little retirement thing I'm trying to spend some money into as well. So again, it's all about putting your money where your mouth is, but more importantly, putting money into places that are stable for the changes we're going through. And on top of that, we're actually going to still be there when we get through the change. Meaning an ounce of gold is still going to buy today. What an ounce of gold in 3 years, 2 years, whatever, is going to buy then. It's consistent. You won't buy out. You will. You can transfer foreign wealth, which is dollars, stocks, which is dollars, and you can transfer it into something like precious metals that's going to get through these tough times ahead. And you got a lot of eggs in that basket. Some a chunk of those eggs out, put them into a different basket because you need some protection for the crazy that we're going to be going through over the next number of weeks and months. DRSLikeSchool.com, DRSLikeSchool.com, like it says on the screen. Make sure you reach out to my good friends Gold Go. They will help you out. It is a process to move these funds. It's not impossible. It's not difficult. They do most of the heavy lifting. You just fill out some information, send some emails, sign some papers, and then they do all the heavy lifting. DRSLikeSchool.com. Just a matter of weeks, you can have your wealth transferred to a safe location, and then you can sit back comfortably while the stock market starts falling and everyone else is like, oh my God, I lost 20% of my retirement in one day. You'll be like, I didn't, because I transferred my funds to gold, and it was the smartest thing I ever did. That's why I preach it every day, folks. That's why I preach it every day. If I can just get a few of you guys to save some of your revenue and your income and your wealth, then I've done something good. So that's what that's all about. Russia continues gaining ground in Ukraine as the EU. Lysychansk region, which is that Luhansk and Donetsk, they finished the last city of the Luhansk region has been taken. That's this Lysychansk region or city. So the Russians have taken control of this. Now we keep trying to send weapons, us, England, all the deep state countries, the G7 countries, keep trying to send weapons into these places, into Ukraine. I mean, we talked about the plane that went down yesterday that had like 11.5 tons of arms on it. They said it was mines and other stuff. We've heard a few different stories regarding what it was. My guess is it was something probably horrible. Probably horrible. They didn't let it in. It could have been nuclear, artillery, right? Could have been a lot of things. My guess is Russia had a very good idea of what they thought was on that plane, and they made sure that plane never landed any place it wanted to land. Like they found a nice patch of ground and drove it into that somehow. So Russia is putting up the finishing touches to what's going on in Ukraine. And now it's interesting that we've got Zelensky doing what he's doing. Almost like he might have been involved in this whole taking down the deep state, but could never have said anything because of how, well, and how indebted he was to them. But once those ties were cut, and once the deep state got cut off, and once they lost power, in Kiev at least, well, maybe things are changing. I don't know. A little speculation in there. Certainly what we're hearing from Russia sounds positive in that regard. Russian energy giant reportedly declares force majeure. They're going to halt gas flow to Germany indefinitely. Now, the big day that was supposed to make everybody freak out was July 22nd. Coming up later this week, this is when the, quote, doomsday was going to happen, where Russia's going to be doing a scheduled maintenance on their pipeline, their Nord Stream pipeline. We'll come to find out, some of the turbines they use in these pipelines to move the oil around and whatnot are made in Canada. And because of sanctions, Canada's not going to let them happen. So what Russia said is, well, I guess I can't fix those right now, so we're going to turn them off indefinitely. We don't know how long. We'll turn them back on, basically, when we get parts. But your turbines are going to be the last ones we touch, Germany. So a country that's completely indebted to Russia, where Trump was making fun of them for this, completely indebted to them, have now completely lost their energy. Germany's screwed. This is significant. This, if anything, will cause Germany to somehow want to step up the war efforts, even though not likely going to work well. This is a big deal. Supposedly we went to war with Japan, or Japan attacked us because we blocked their supply of oil, right? I believe that's my understanding of the history. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong. That had a huge part to do with why they attacked Pearl Harbor. We cut off their supply of oil. They're like, we can't survive like this. We must escalate. Kind of the same with Germany, except you're going to end up attacking the country that you were hoping was going to give you the oil again, which I can't imagine that helping at all. Like, we're going to shoot missiles at you, so you'll give us oil. And you're like, you shoot missiles at us, we'll never give you oil. Damn, that didn't work, right? So here we are. China demands U.S. cancel potential arms sale to Taiwan. I wonder who's behind this sale. Doesn't sound like something Biden would openly do, or intentionally do, or won't do. First off, it sounds sort of intelligent, so China eliminates Biden from the equation completely. The guy I don't think's intelligent. Even back when he was somewhat coherent, he just never came across as intelligent. So, you gotta learn to believe that. Savvy, maybe. Just you're the right people, definitely. But China's demanded that the United States immediately cancel its latest arms sale to Taiwan. The Chinese state broadcaster reported on Monday, citing the country's Ministry of National Defense. The Pentagon said on Friday that the U.S. State Department had approved the potential sale of military and technical assistance to Taiwan worth an estimated $108 million. I'm sure Biden will somehow give that to Iran or something like that. God forbid we keep it in our numbers. Now, big scoop coming up right now. Senator Josh Hawley, Republican from Missouri, is introducing legislation that would block the Pentagon and other federal agencies from hiring consulting firms like McKinsey that work for both the U.S. government and the Chinese government-linked entities. Now, like many of you, you're like, well, damn, this is never going to come to fruition. This will never pass. Obviously, right? Schumer and McConnell, or Schumer and Pelosi would never bring this to the floor, so there's no way this will ever get voted. You are correct. But ready to go. All it needs to do is be voted on, signed, and voted. So instead of Biden's first day in office, where he was just going all executive order crazy, well, the first day of office for these all would be all about voting on a whole bunch of bills that are already ready to go. Visit was a disaster. Basic details. First, people speculated that the Saudis were rushing him off as they sent a relatively low-level dignity to meet him at the landing strip. Then, after Biden met the MBS, they greeted each other with a fist bump. The fist bump resulted in widespread backlash by the media and the instigated for treating the Saudi leader who was ultimately killed at Khashoggi. And now MBS and Biden are at a war of words as they gave differing accounts of whether Biden confronted him about Khashoggi. Biden's like, yeah, I totally told him to. And the MBS guy is like, no. After arriving home in Washington, D.C. on Sunday, Biden was asked by a reporter to comment. Here you accuse Khashoggi. President. Why don't you talk about something that mattered? The president did told the journalist and asked him about this Saudi context. The leader of the Muslim kingdom sometimes referred to as the BS. Biden asked, I'm happy to talk about something that matters. See, Biden doesn't want to talk about any of this stuff that matters to us. Biden doesn't want to deal with anything that matters. Transgender and LGBT, which is like 5% of the and even that's probably really pushing it. About inflation that's out of control. People are worried about the gas prices. Still, I'm still money. There's still all the things going on. I can't blame. None of that's changed at all. And somehow the prices have magically come down. Supply demand. Costs go so high that demand also might come back up. Some would call that economics. So after Biden's rehabs the MBS image, Saudis announced an increase in oil production. An increase in 12 million barrels a day to 13 million. Quite a big increase. So that's awesome. Now, Biden's not necessarily going to give me credit for this, and that's one thing the Saudis pointed out, which was our problem here in the United States is not having you could dump crude oil and just slather it all over our entire country and allow us to sop it up with some sort of awesome wetback. Shut down refineries that properly. And here in California, we've got refineries that make a special blend that's only usable here in California. I've actually heard we're considering selling that to other states, possibly. Gas that's better for the environment. We didn't see a stop in the smog alerts when I was younger, when we sort of got rid of leaded gas, and I think even catalytic converters were part of that. Like a whole bunch of things seemed like they were happening simultaneously, and then all of a sudden we didn't have so this is actually making a huge difference. Now, Rand Paul last night taking down to the Saudis. John Katzimanis, I guess is how you say that, WABC, the AM radio show. Rather than traveling, WABC is actually the right station. This Howard Stern, who's so crazy leftist now, it's a shame. Arabia, Biden should be traveling to Texas or North Dakota, and he should be asking our country for supply instead of begging and bowing down to the Saudis and asking them to pump up their supply. It's not only that, it's embarrassing to be over. He never could be close to what he's doing at the time. President Biden's economic ratings have been above presidency and surpassed lowest ratings of previous presidents. Success. Ultimately, I just want to point out how much I hate Bullock, how much it's worthless. Notice how he's still just hovering right around 30%. Polls are crap, dude. There's no way around it. No way around it. The level of support is way beyond words. The reason that polls can't show the truth is that people actually have some sort of factual thing they can look at and go, nobody likes this stuff. Right now, most people that try to think they're still thing, they're like, well, at least one in three of us are smart, right? That's what they tell themselves anyway. But if it was actually showing like 11%, like, which is probably closer to the truth, they'd be like, oh wow, so I'm just 1 in 10. 1 in 10 people aren't quote smart. No, maybe, really good fast. Yeah, that's the smart. Yeah. Putin's going to visit the Mideast Tuesday. He's going to cement Moscow's shift east and south. And this is close to their equivalence. This is them. This is them doing that. And so Putin met with Iran and Turkey and shaking hands with them here in here. But yeah, he's this is it's not us. He used to be active. Go out and make deals, make friends, gotta make peace. So it's says admits to revising and hiding in both Trump's in all CDC guidelines. It mentions yesterday. Its quote is a little longer than the quote I had yesterday and is awesome. I devised a analysis. Instead, including those recommendations of comment, so after legally edited documents were returned to me, I'd reinsert what they had objected to, but place it in those different locations. I'd also reorder and restructure the bullet points so the most salient of most the administrations affected to the most no longer fell at the start of the bullet points. I shared these strategies with the 3 members of the data team also writing these reports. Our Saturday-Sunday report writing routine soon became write, submit, revise, hide, resubmit. All this other stuff admitted to how much she not only disregarded, but even moved and altered stuff within her own thing. Never seen as the sun left either. too that I think every one of us is very aware of. There's still wiki pages that exist. Yeah, they're planning on, well, they got more vaccine. Because 50% people got like another 75, 80 fully jabbed chief of emergency medicine dies suddenly and unexpectedly while jogging. Stupid unhealthy stuff. He was an Olympic sailor. He was a marathon runner. Family man. IPA dude. Apparently you can speak passion in general and all that. It was a little subtle. The quintessential mensch, I don't know how to say that, but yeah, he died. Now, of course, when they said, well, they're going to do an autopsy, they're like, well, it's not a person. It's kind of a pregnancy, so now, Dr. Anthony Fauci is going to be planning retirement once Biden's done in office. Why? Well, because when Biden's done in office, to use his words, he didn't say 2024 when his term's up. When Biden's done in office, which, the end of the year, I think Trump takes back over, might be, and whatever, right? But you realize is that Biden's the only reason he's the that once the deep state loses control, said this is a neat little graph that shows me. That's why I click on these little. It shows the population of people that have gotten their doses, right? The green one for the doses. There's a huge those. On the other side of this is the. Go back to it. Really. All right, significant. So in England, of course, this is vaccine data, cases per 100,000 people, the vaccine status, honestly, 8 and men are unvaxxed males, 2 and unvaxxed, all unvaxxed, on the around that are unvaxxed. Their population is different studies that have been this way. So unvaccinated people are those 2 groups, right? You can stack them on top of each other, maybe. So and the numbers are still somewhat significant. You see a correlation with the shot you get, or like you were, and you were like you would, and or like you but it seems that the boosters really have a big set. You realize people got a shot, second shot, maybe even the first booster. The first 2 shots or even anywhere near that. If you haven't already dropped dead, probably okay. Get the boosters, probably not going to be okay. Get the second booster, almost surely not going to be okay. Get the third booster, almost surely be okay. And you know what? Scammer. If one of their cops, crime exploded, now they're talking about how they need $2 million because they need to, so what does that do? Here's lots of police officers in its jail department where essential services promptly and effectively as a officers just the lowest in over 30 years. In your city, literally leaving your city because it's so full. So so the CEO is suddenly become sounds like a few years ago. But he's kind of upset with the way that violence is happening. in Seattle as well as Chicago. So Philadelphia, those cities that just live in Washington, D.C., Philadelphia, Seattle, and Los Angeles. They are like, yeah, we're just curious because they're not at Starbucks is from Seattle. It's like a double whammy. It actually works for Starbucks. If you go to Seattle, I got a picture of me when I was standing at Starbucks. Anywho, this is a very famous news site. This is a special black people on the left. So that's someone that actually realized that we have she's cool. I don't know there. That's the most unpopular opinion. That's the next picture. Say for whatever you need to do this because it's going to get down fast. Dave Chappelle had a bitch and joke on it, and maybe one day I'll play it. I got him in a lot of hot water with the trans community, but it was really funny and very round. Mayor Bowser, wasn't his name Bowser? Wasn't that Bowser? Right, from Sha-na-na. He doesn't want all these illegals busted in her state. Democrat D.C. Mayor Bowser wants Biden regime to stop illegal aliens from being bussed into D.C. Well, the busting's happening from Florida and Texas. And she's pissed off about it. Why does it bother you, Mariel? Why? Why is it so bad? I thought it was.
We have another horse in here.
And you're only getting them a bus at a time, sweetheart.
About it. To take inspiration. Here, let me just throw out all this. Ready?
Sri Lanka's Green New Deal brings poverty, starvation.
I'm going here now. Hey, at least they have friends now, you know? That's what I was fish farm. Well, now I can craft so many bows, and I can craft so many fishing rods too. Oh, this makes me super happy, guys. Like, this is probably one of the best exploration episodes I've had.
Imagine if your Minecraft world had a windswept jungle village, an ocean village, or even two villages right next to each other. Here are the top 25 village speeds for Minecraft 1.18. See, 25 has a plains village in such an amazing location. Become friends with these villagers, and they might just let you into this beautiful area surrounded by mountains. I think that it's cool that the only way into this area is through the village. It would be the perfect place place for setting up your base. On the other side of the village, you have an ocean and some plains that would be ideal for setting up some farms. Below one of the houses, there's a big exposed cave. Maybe you could build the village's secret storage room down here. C24 has a Savannah Beach village with a ruined portal and a shipwreck. This rare structure built village is right by spawn too. The village is filled with a bunch of different animals and some nice early game loot. Set up your starter base inside the shipwreck and gear up with some leather and gold. A really nice village for starting off your Minecraft adventure. C23 has an ocean village opposite a sparse jungle biome. I'm not sure how this village has managed to generate here, but I'm not complaining. It reminds me of Pacific Log Town from Pokemon Ruby, by the way. It's almost completely floating on water. The perfect village for fishing and diving adventures. Not too far away from your village, you can find this incredible jungle cliffs island with exposed lush caves. With views of bamboo forest and ocean, I bet someone could build an amazing lush base here. C22 spawns you right into this incredible windswept jungle village. If you've ever wondered what a combination of jungle, windswept savanna and a village would look like, this is the result. This village has a blacksmith, a ruined portal, and two different types of villages. There's an amazing waterfall cove down by the bottom, and I love how there's houses on loads of different levels as you climb up the cliff face. Definitely one of my favourite villages that I've ever found. A short distance along the coast, you can find an ocean desert village next to some coral reef. C21 has some of the most beautiful village locations I've ever seen. Surrounded by mountains, meadow, ocean, and flower forest, you can find this outpost village island with a ruined portal. I just love the landscape on this one. The villagers can ask for a better backdrop, but I don't think they'll be very pleased about sharing their island with an outpost. Maybe you could build some bridges to help the villagers escape. Make sure you let me know which of these villages turns out to be your favourite. C20 has a triple biome village. The village touches jungle, plains, and badlands, and to make it even rarer, it's an abandoned village. There's also plenty of bees, a ruined portal up on the hill, and a huge exposed dripstone cave for you to explore. If you could find a triple village yourself, what 3 biomes would you want the village to fall on? Also, this seat spawns you right next to a mine shaft with loads of easy loot to get you off to a great start. C90 has the 2 closest villages I've seen so far. Look how close they are. These villages are only 42 blocks apart. Maybe you could build a bridge over the river to create one big village. One of the villages is full of sunflowers with a ruined portal nearby. The other has a blacksmith and a mountain not far away. C18 has a frozen iceberg village right at spawn. If you're like me and prefer the cool side of the pillow, this could be the bed for you. This villager has even decided to live inside an iceberg. You actually spawn on this small snowy island right next to the village, so this could be a pretty interesting survival island seed. Seed 17 has a plains village in the opening of a forest, surrounded by trees, a small lake. This is a really peaceful village location. Just around the corner, you can find another village that scales a very steep cliff. The cliffside village is situated in a really nice valley with a badlands biome at the end. Close by, there's also a large bamboo mountain. Seed 16 has an incredibly picturesque village which you can find on the slope of a jagged peaks and meadow mountain. This is truly a wallpaper-worthy village. This village is covered in flowers and has loads of really nice nooks and crannies. Make your way up the slope to the top of the mountain and you'll find loads of exposed caves hidden within the jagged peaks. Check out this super deep dripstone cave, which is pretty fun to jump down. There's also a lush cave, which I originally thought was pretty small. After a bit of exploring, I realised it leads to this absolutely huge lush cave with pillars. This mountain village C is amazing. C15 spawns you on Badlands Coast next to a huge, warm ocean and desert village. If you want a village spawned with plenty of tropical fish, this is the one for you. It looks like this coral reef goes on forever. Make your way through the Badlands and the jungle to find this incredible mountain range. Jump down into this exposed cave and you'll find one of the mountains is completely hollow with this ginormous cave. This is one of the biggest caves I've found. Here's a challenging seed for you. Seed 14 spawns you between 2 desert villages, but both have villager outposts. You save them both before it's too late. Here's the first, and here's the second one. Good luck. Seed 13 has a village in a breathtaking mountain valley. Make your way into the coast, and you'll see the village surrounded by mountains. This village has some amazing views in the valley. I can't get over the scenery surrounding this village. Make your way through the valley, over this mountain, and you'll find a beautiful building location with a small flower forest with mountain thyme. The village is typical. and views like this. There's parts of the village under the overhang, to the side, and even directly above it. I mean, what do you think of this village? Fair enough, but this one has a village too. Off the coast of the island, you can find some above ground ruins and a giant portal in the ocean. Seed 7 has another beautiful mountain valley village. Right at the beginning of this amazing valley, you can find the village on one side and a large waterfall on the other. It can help them reconnect with their friends. There's a deep coral ravine for you to explore down here too. Seed 5 has one of the rarest village combinations I've seen. Unfortunately, this one is very far away from spawn, but I thought I'd show it anyway. There's a village island with a pillager outpost and a shipwreck that is floating above the water. I wish we could find something like this closer to spawn, but maybe you'll be up for the adventure to find this. Seed 4 has a village inside of a mountain crater, giving these villagers a nice natural defense from intruders. Just next to the mountain, there's this beautiful meadow with this location that I think would be ideal for building your base. There's another village close by in the meadow, and you can spot another village with a portal in the distance. Seed 3 has a blacksmith mountain village with an outpost. You've got views of the ocean and a large exposed cave underneath the village too. Once you've saved the village from pillagers, head round to the side of the mountain where you'll find plenty of flat plains for building. Seed 2 has a flower forest village that I didn't know existed no spikes. Follow the frozen river around and you'll find another snow village with a basement igloo. Keep following the river to another ice-like biome. It's here where you'll find a third village.
Previously, you can start an infinite villager breeder. It just takes a decent amount of track. Like the details on the edges of the oak wood. Section of wall, nothing was built up at all, and it was definitely not impressive. But I'm hoping by the end of this video that there's still a ton. Trying to be ancient. Uphill or downhill a little bit. This will create not only sort of more characteristics to the town, but you will find in certain areas where you raise up into the town. Look, all in all, just pick the area wisely and make sure you have access to everything you want for your future plans. Very different dependent for a couple to this. To this nice survival house tutorial. This one is a little bigger. It actually has some mining areas, so you're pretty safe when coming in. What's up, everyone? Hey!
This update is
for our structures. A quick village right off the bat can improve your world plans. This also is nearby here as well, so you can grab those pretty easily as well. And adding in some sugar cane that's going to start growing up here. This gives us, of course, you can see it's creating a bit of a tower structure.
In this video, I'm going to transform this boring village of reference. Here's how things were looking to begin with. Besides it, details like adding all the towers and details. Stop killing them. Like, I don't know what to say anymore. This is all I've done over the last few days, is just place blocks. And if you're wondering why this video is taking so long to come out, it's because, well, just this. Okay, there's no way I'm doing all the buildings today. At one point, myself to try using deep. We're gonna have our chest laying around all good, and it making it come to life. All these houses are going to be a lot smaller than anything I've built over on that side, so it's going to be interesting to see how I can build these. And Day 2 of transforming this village. I was still focused on building more houses, and I was doing my best to make each of them unique in their own way. However, one of my biggest regrets for this build was not using more variety in blocks. I do feel it got a bit repetitive, but I was under a fair bit of time pressure, so I just stuck to blocks I could easily get a lot of at the time. And after another 4 hours of grinding, we now have another lot of houses in my village. So coming up next, I'm actually really excited. We're about to do all the houses that are mostly on the water. Let's start off by just filling in this entire area with some spruce. Obviously later on I'm going to have to give this a bit more attention to make the boardwalk actually look nice. But for now, just so we have a foundation. Leaves and bone meal, I went around and added some much needed green to the build, which helped a lot.
Today we're going to go over some must-know building tips to help you improve your own towns and villages in Minecraft. These tips are designed more as a guide and should give you a better insight when it comes to taking on such projects. When it comes to building, it's always best to start from the ground up. So today we're going to be taking a stroll around one of my favourite builds where we can go over a few things that I built and why I've done this, and this should hopefully give you a bit of a better understanding about how I build and why I build things in a certain way. Now, like I said, let's start from the ground up. So we're going to start with pathways, which are going to be one of the key foundations that make up the majority of your build. These are so much more important than people often realize, because this is a point where we can not only create a layout, but also create sightlines. And the sightlines do play a huge role in the way you lay your town out. Now, there are two key elements here that I really want to discuss more in depth. And that is curves in the road and elevations. Now, curves in the road are going to be essential for creating a little bit more of an organic feel rather than everything being so formal and straight. Because when everything is formal and straight on a single straight path and a sort of 90-degree angle bends, everything is going to feel just too formal and it will quickly become quite boring. Having a build all on a flat is going to have the same effect, because you're not going to really be able to create much in terms of sightlines because you've got no elevations and no areas where the world is raised so that you're looking down on things. So we need to create both of these together in the right kind of manner. So it's always good to create curves in a town. So if you're creating a road and you want to have a curve, just small curves, even if it's only moving slowly in and out, just a small amount. But just enough to give you a little sort of hidden area behind a turning. So when you reach that corner, it will open up into a new area of the town. It's also important at the same time to create a height elevation so that you feel like you're walking uphill or downhill a little bit. This will create not only sort of more characteristics to the town, but you will find in certain areas where you raise up into the town that you'll be able to look down in a certain area and get a big overview of something. Or you might have another area where you might come around the corner and you'll be facing a hill. You'll be able to see maybe the castle at the top of the hill or some kind of build that will stand out. This is just a way of creating better sightlines and a better layout in general, creating a more realistic feel and creating that atmosphere that every town really needs. So first things first when it comes to building anything, and that is to make sure that wherever you plan your roads or your walkways, make sure that you have a form of elevation and some form of curves in place so that you can create nice sort of little features in between everything and create those sight lines that you really want. Next up, let's talk about building in general. So this is going to be for the houses. Now, one of the common things that I see a lot of people do is they'll build up an entire village or a town, even a city, and you'll find that everything looks very similar. You'll have very much the same sort of height in roofs. You'll have very similar sort of styles. Most of them will be the same kind of shape, just with maybe slight variations. And you'll find that as you're walking through the town, everything starts to feel very repetitive. You don't feel like you're really sort of moving into a new area because everything just looks the same. The key here is to alternate the shapes you're using. If you've got one straight house in one place, why not put a house with a bit of an angle on next to it? Then you can build another house in a different sort of angle or a different direction. Make the roof higher, add a tower, add a balcony, add a little overhang with an archway or something underneath it. Find a way to make each build look unique and make it look different from the last one in terms of shape. The shape is the main thing here, and variety is definitely the key. Now, while you're working on variety, it's also good to try and keep in mind what you want to build in the area, because we don't want to fill this with just a bunch of townhouses. We want to have some kind of theme. Plan a little area where you might have a high street or a shopping area where you might have some shops or maybe some warehouses if you're building in a medieval sort of style. Maybe another area where you might have trades, such as a blacksmiths or maybe merchant ships coming in that might be wanting to trade with your city or something, that has a form of trade with it. Now, while you're doing that, you also want to think about different classes. A lot of cities will have higher class areas and lower class areas. So you might want to include some larger houses and another area where there's smaller houses. One particular thing that I like to do, because I think all of you know just how much I love to build docks and harbours and stuff like that. But what I like to do is I like to keep the smaller houses to the front of a harbour, because the harbour is going to be the main point, the main view, one of the main sort of lines that you'll be looking at when you're sort of trying to take a good view of everything that you've built. So I like to keep smaller houses towards the front and then slope a hill upwards behind it, so that the next houses behind, you can build a little bit bigger, you'll start to see a bit more of those. And then the hill will slope up a bit more, and again, you'll get another sideline. So what you're doing is you're creating sort of pitched levels at different sort of tiers. So you'll be able to see, even though you're far back, you'll still be able to see those houses in the distance. And then at the top of the hill, have your main feature that you want to build. In this example, the main feature here is the castle in the background. So as you can see, the castle stands out on top of everything else. It's a big build above everything, so it still gets that sort of point of view that you can see from the docks. While I've got the main build at the top of my town and I've got all these different areas and sections that I'm building, you also want to try and think of any other type of main structures that you may want to build here. So keep in mind while you're building all the sort of type of buildings, aside from your houses, your trades and your shops and stuff, other just single one-off buildings you might want to include. This could be something such as a church, a cathedral, a watchtower, a barracks, something along those kind of lines, maybe a big lighthouse or something of the sorts. Keep these things in mind where you're building them, because you want these to be placed in good locations where they're sort of not stuck behind anything and don't get viewed. You want them to sort of stand out just a little bit above everything else. So make sure you have a little elevation so that that build can be seen, because if it's a main feature or a main building, you want to make sure that it towers above the smaller general houses, because this is a bigger build. This is something that the people are going to want to see, and you're going to want to be able to see it across the town. So make sure that you choose a good location on the elevation where it can be seen and it stands above everything else. One of the last things I want to mention about buildings in general is, if you find that things start to feel repetitive, don't feel afraid to go back and change the building. If it's not looking the way that you want, then go back, remove it, or edit parts of it that you don't like. Change it up until you're happy with what you've actually got. Because if there's points of the building that are not looking right, no matter how much you build, then points are always going to bug you. Or at least they certainly would for me. Now, when I come to building these large scale builds, I'm not going to lie. I can build things, break it, build it again, build it again. I can build it up to 10 or 15 times sometimes, because I'm very picky with the way that it looks. So don't think that you've got to get things right the first time. If you don't like it, go back and make changes until you feel happy with it. It'll be worth it in the end. Okay, heading up another level, let's talk about the roofs. Now, the roofs, again, are just as important as the main builds, if not more important, because these get seen in the skyline. These sit above the other builds in the distance, so these are going to be seen a lot. So you want to make sure that you've got a good variation in these. You don't want these to all look the same as the one next to it. A lot of times you'll find that there's not always an easy way to make roofs look very different, other than angles. But there are small little things you can do. You can put a tower on a roof, for instance. This will create a different looking roof and certainly a different height point as well. Having a roof where you've got different levels, where you might have a point that sticks out, make sure that sits a bit lower than your main roof. Maybe have another roof that juts out of the side and make that at a different angle. This way, this gives you multiple sort of roofs. that are different angles, different heights, and creates that nice sort of view in the distance. Another thing to consider here are small features in your roofs, what you can change up, add in small chimneys, and making sure that the chimneys don't all look the same on every building that you have them on. Make them varied, change the shape, change the angles, change the blocks you're using on them. You know, keep that variation there. If you have a sort of peak point of a roof, make sure the roof is different shapes. So, for instance, across my builds, you'll find I've got many sort of roofs that are made with just stairs. I've got other ones that are made of 4 blocks, and they go up like 1 block, then 2 blocks, then 2 blocks, then 2 blocks. I've got some that are stair block, stair block, stair block, all the way up. And then there's others that are done with slabs, and some that are made up with different angles. Try to create as many different variants in the shapes and the layouts and the styles of the roofs within your build. You can keep a consistent theme, if you like, with having some that are kind of the same across the board, but spacing them out, but dotting other ones all in between, so that it feels that you've got a mix, so that when you're walking around the town, you don't feel like you're walking around the same place all the time. You want it to feel like there's a little bit of difference going on, there's a bit of a change, and a bit of a different style, so that it's not 100% matched, because no city or no town is ever 100% perfectly matched throughout it. There will be sort of variations and change within the theme. Now, with that being said, that leads me straight on to the next big one, which is colours. Colours are so important, and this goes for the buildings themselves, the roofs, and everything in between. So you want to make sure there is a bunch of variation here, because this is really going to make the town feel different from place to place and make it feel less repetitive as you're walking through. In the example you can see on the docks, I've got many different houses. The bases, for instance, of the builds, the lower part of the house, I use different blocks. We've used bricks, we've used stone, we've used composters, we've used bricks, we've used granite, we've used wood, we've used all different types of woods, in fact. So there's
previously, you can. Hello everyone, my name is Pixorix and welcome back to the Minecraft Survival Guide. I hope you guys are having a good day. So the population has more or less exploded at this village overnight. In fact, I've discovered the secret to breeding villages. And it's very, very simple actually. It's basically what you might expect from this update. It's basically the village breeding rules that applied before, except instead of doors, it is beds. Basically, the villagers need to be traded with a couple of times, or they need to be well fed in order for them to be willing to breed. And then you will find tons of kids popping up as soon as you place down enough beds for them to sleep in. We covered this briefly in the video the other day, but I wanted to clarify those mechanics right out of the gate. To get villagers to breed, all you need is food or trading and beds. That is literally the entire equation right there. And so what you might expect from a villager breeder is just to have a couple of adult villagers who are willing to breed, either through food or through trading, next to a whole bunch of beds, and then find some way of removing the offspring from the area as soon as they are born. Because basically once they are born, they will target one of these beds and say, that is my bed. And they will basically return to that bed for the rest of their lives, including their adult life. I don't think they pick a new bed when they've grown up. I think they still return to the same home bed. And in order to get the villagers away from the beds enough that they will forget about them, it's quite a distance. To my knowledge, it is a pretty long distance, something like 80 blocks or so, probably even more. So if you wanted to make a villager breeder in this update, I recommend setting up some very long water streams and getting the villagers away from your village breeding area, because even with a couple of villagers in a pod in the same way that you had it previously, you can start an infinite villager breeder. It just takes a decent amount of distance away from the beds where the young villagers will target them and claim them as their own. You'll also notice there are a substantial number of iron golems strutting around at this point. There are a total of 6, and if you can only see 5 right now, that's because there is another one that got over the wall. And I've had to make a couple of changes, a few improvements to the way this whole area is structured on the inside, because the baby villagers had a habit of getting out. They tend to run around in groups as though they're playing tag, and they will run after and track iron golems. And because of the larger hitbox of the iron golem, this one was able to get over the wall, walking from like a bush or something over the top of the wall, and now he's stuck out here and he can't get back inside. I've tried moving him in, but the thing about iron golems, as opposed to the villagers, is that they don't track to any specific objects. They just kind of wander around a little bit aimlessly. And the ones in here seem to try and stay close to the center of the village, where all of these villagers' beds are, but for the most part, they are kind of aimless. And so I can't just open a hole in the wall and expect that guy to walk back through. Whereas in the occasions where I've had young villagers and even adult villagers outside of the perimeter wall, as soon as it gets to nighttime, they all start to run back towards their beds. It's actually kind of likely that if you displace a villager on the outside of a large perimeter like this, there will be a certain event during the day that will encourage them to come back in. Not to mention meeting times and workstation. Now let me head down into the meeting area, because as you can see, we have a bell now. I was able to trade this from some of my blacksmith type villagers, anyone with an apron, so Montague has one as a toolsmith. I'm pretty sure the weaponsmith also trades one. Basically anybody who works with metal. So the weaponsmith, the armorer, or the toolsmith will all be able to trade you a bell, and that will act as a focal point for the village, as a meeting point. They are not necessary for villagers to gossip, which seems to be a lot of people's impression of what a bell does. It's actually not necessary at all, but what it does is provide a designated meeting point for them to come at the end of the day and gossip. And what I've done is place this one over here because I wanted to breed more swamp villagers. You'll notice that this is the only corner of this area which is actually in the swamp biome, and I wanted to make sure that the population here kind of evened out between the swamp costume villagers and the jungle costume villagers. So placing the meeting point down here was the ideal way to do that, because all of the gossip and all of the breeding takes place down here at meeting times. And then at the end of the day, as always, they all run towards their beds and decide to call it a night. This guy over here seems to be a little bit too far away to get caught up in the scramble for a bed. Do you want to come out of that corner, my friend? There you go. He's off. And as you can see, they will track to beds from quite a distance. I think that guy's AI was just taking a second or two to catch up. But even from miles away, even from like, well, probably not literal miles, but even from 60 or 70 blocks away, they will all find their ways back to this little campsite over here. And perhaps the funniest part of this is that the iron golems will still walk around during the night, and they will actually almost push some of these villagers out of a bed, at which point they will decide to choose a different bed because that one seems to be disturbed. So it's actually possible that Montague has been pushed out of my bed, and I think I can sleep in my own bed for once. So during that morning meeting that they have at the beginning of the day, they don't really seem to go over to the bell at all. They mostly seem to hang around their houses, and these beds basically count as their houses at this point. So you'll find them all milling around here until the workday starts. And once the workday begins, you'll notice them almost universally running over to this area that we've set up over here. We've got a few lecterns here for the librarians. We've got, of course, the composter down there by the farm for Capulet the farmer. But aside from these sections here and this stone cutter for the stonemason, all of the other workstations have been placed down here. Once again, trying to get more villagers over to the swamp area. But we now have a villager that corresponds with each of these professions. So every single profession is accounted for. And I've been enjoying doing those little kind of intro cards for all of the villagers and stuff, but there's just going to be too many of them to do in this episode, so I'm sorry if the production value dips a little bit, but it was taking me a little bit of time to do those as an extra feature. Now, there are a bunch of professions that we should go over, considering that they are all relatively new, or at least they are new to this update as far as their appearance goes. There is one that is absolutely new and fresh for 1.14, and that is the stonemason, who will start off by trading you clay balls for emeralds, which doesn't seem like a great trade until you realize that the only reason you got clay balls in the first place was to trade for bricks, and they have a better brick trade. So basically, this guy can either do the smelting for you if you don't have a discount, or you can trade them clay balls and they will give you more bricks in return, which is pretty great. After that, it seems like they have a bunch of different trades for stone and stone bricks. These guys further down the line will also trade you for quartz, which is great because it makes quartz renewable. Not the quartz items though, just the quartz blocks and quartz pillars will show up in mason trades. But that's still really valuable to have, especially on multiplayer servers where getting quartz from the nether might be a little bit difficult. You've already met a lot of these villagers the other day, but moving down to this work site, we have a bunch of new folks. Now over here at the smoker, of course, we have a butcher, who has much lower meat trades than butchers used to. They've got like 7 raw pork chops instead of I think about 12 or 13 was the average. And I could get 1 raw rabbit right now and trade it for an emerald because of that discount from 4. That's pretty good, to be honest. The reason I have a lot of coal in my inventory, by the way, is because each of my blacksmith type villagers will trade coal as their first trade. And I basically fortuned a ton of coal because I can get it renewably from my wither skeleton farm, and decided to do a bunch of trading to level these guys up to see what they had available to them. That's how we got hold of the bell. The bell cannot be crafted. It is only available as a trade from blacksmith type villages, or you have to steal one from an existing village. So not exactly all that easy to get hold of a bell in the early stages. The cauldron over here will mark out this guy as a leather worker who I haven't done a great deal of trading with yet, but he's already selling dyed leather pants, which is something villagers never used to do. So kind of cool, and I imagine there will be a lot of other leather stuff in their inventory in future. If we end up getting them beyond the novice level, they will probably have leather armor, possibly even with enchants. Over here we have a Fletcher who is, as usual, selling stuff like arrows for emeralds, and he'll also grind up gravel into flint if you want to, which is the worst trade imaginable in my opinion. But I expect further down the line he will have a few interesting things for you. Now, the cleric actually has a better rotten flesh trade than it was possible to get in Minecraft 1.13 and earlier. Specifically, he started off with a 32 rotten flesh trade, which is already, that's the Fletcher using the fletching table. That was a really fun sound. I thought I was being shot at though, so it's a little bit paranoid. Okay, so like I was saying, the rotten flesh trade here used to, like the lowest rotten flesh trade you used to be able to get is 36. So he's already starting at 32, and he's lowered that to 28 because of the zombie villager situation, the fact that we got discounts for basically every zombie villager I cured. He's also trading much less gold for emeralds, which is nice because giving away a ton of gold to these guys, unless you had a gold farm, always seemed like a bit of a tall order. Further down the line, we could expect the clerics to have their usual kind of trade, stuff like bottles of enchanting and that kind of thing, but they still trade lapis lazuli and redstone dust, which is lovely to have as part of the renewable trades here. Even though lapis isn't as necessary for blue dye anymore because we have cornflowers, still great to see it there for enchanting purposes, if nothing else. Moving on, this chap over here who has a cap kind of similar to the fisherman's, but he's got a white coat here. This guy is a shepherd. He is currently trading us for brown wool and grey wool, and that's not exactly a trade I'm going to take advantage of right now, but of course now we're farming all of those sheep automatically over at my spawn area. We could probably come back with a little bit of brown and grey wool if you wanted to trade those. They will typically trade the colors of wool that are available on natural sheep. So you won't find them asking for blue wool or cyan or red or anything because those colors don't spawn naturally. It might on occasion be possible for them to ask for pink wool. I don't really know, but mostly they will ask for white, gray, black, and brown. Those are the colors of sheep that typically spawn naturally in the world. The pink ones are rare, so who knows if they will show up or not. But then further down the line, you'll expect him to sell shears and sell various other shearing related things. He'll probably sell you some colored wool for emeralds. Moving on, this is the fisherman. Of course, the fisherman has the typical trades for fishing rods and string, and he will cook cod for you. I've only got 5 raw cod on me right now, so maybe later. The guy over here with the monocle is a cartographer, and he traded me an empty map of this area for me to find out that this area is very much not in the center of a map, so I probably need to trade a few more from him, but a reasonable price, and he's also giving us a decent paper trade as well. 20 paper for an emerald is not the best I've seen, but it's also not too bad either. And I've spent the entire workday talking, so everyone's moving over for the morning meeting, but much like the other professions we covered the other day, these folks will restock their trades at their workstations twice a day. Usually it starts off when the workday starts, but then usually about halfway through the workday, kind of where the sun is at its midpoint, you'll find them restocking around then. It's a bit random, so it takes a little bit of time, but you will find them doing it around that time. And hopefully some other villagers will come in from other parts of the village to attend today's meeting as well. And you can see that some of those baby villagers will now have grown up and be unemployed villagers. We have run out of employment for these guys because I haven't put down too many more workstations aside from 1 each of the basics. But that is great. It's so good to see a thriving village over here. And look at the amount of people we were able to get just from those 5 zombie villagers we originally cured. And it would be possible to reach a population like this with just 2 villagers as long as they are well fed and have some beds. But having 5 of them definitely kickstarted the population here in a big way. And during these afternoon meetings is when you will find them deciding whether or not it is necessary to spawn an iron golem, which is usually dependent on whether or not there is an iron golem in the proximity of the village. And I don't know if it counts just based on the radius, based on the villages themselves, because as you can see, they seem to keep spawning them because they think they need them, and there are already 5 or 6 patrolling the village as is. So sometimes the gossip they're sharing is a little bit unnecessary, but in this case it looks like they haven't decided to spawn a golem, which is probably a sensible thing for right now. I've also, as you can see, been able to tame one of the cats that wandered into the village, and by the way, the collar here is dyed. You can't really see the fact that it's wearing a collar, but that's because I dyed it white to match the cat. If I had some other kind of dye, like if I grab a poppy from over here, you'll be able to see that if I turn this dye into red, you can just dye the color of the cat's collars in much the same way that you can a dog. For example, bam, there you go, now got a red collar. Oh, how pretty. And that has actually started us on a train of cat taming that we will do in a future episode, because this complete catalog advancement has been added, and it requires you to tame all 11 of the cat variants that you will find wandering into villages. Before we move on, I do want to find one of the librarians, and I can't remember if it's this guy. No, that's our original librarian, the one who had Fortune 3. Is it the other swamp librarian who has it? There is a librarian who I've already been able to get a mending trade out of. There we go, yes, a mending trade for 3 emeralds. And this is not the lowest I've seen it, of course. There are mending trades that you can get for a single emerald. Naturally, we have a massive discount on books because of curing zombie villagers in the first place, but this guy is actually trading mending for a very, very low price. Because I've traded with him enough before, and because this master level has been achieved, he's actually giving me a decent discount. He shared gossip with some of the other villagers to say, hey, this guy is worth trading with. He's a nice guy. And so we have a ludicrously low mending trade. Now, I got that mending trade in much the same way that you saw me do the other day, where I was basically breaking a lectern, watching a villager's job disappear, then placing the lectern again to have him take the job of librarian once again and replenish that trade. So you can do this to re-roll the trades as much as you want until you get a decent low mending trade. And that one would have started out at 22 emeralds, but I think the lowest basic price for a trade for a book is about 10 emeralds. It might be a little bit lower. So in theory, you could get a mending trade very easily and then reduce it to such a low price as a result of trading with them regularly or doing other good deeds for the villagers that you get mending books for a single emerald, which is, quite frankly, a little bit strange. But I'm going to buy some bookshelves off of him. And here is another very broken trade when it comes to librarians, because you will get 3 bookshelves here for 2 emeralds apiece, which is really not all that much, and then he will trade 1 book for me with 1 emerald. Now remember, if you break a bookshelf using something that doesn't have silk touch, like my fist, for example here, you will end up getting 3 books back. So essentially, he's selling us a bookshelf for 2 emeralds, and we can sell the contents of that bookshelf back to him for 3 emeralds. So if you want to farm emeralds, librarians are a pretty safe bet now, more so than just having a decent paper trade. You can actually game the system a little bit that way. This guy here is also selling me a book for an emerald, so there we go, that's 6 emeralds, nice and easy, and this apprentice librarian gets updated to a journeyman and has a quick charge. Yes, okay, good. I really wanted quick charge because I haven't really been able to explore that with a crossbow yet. As you can see, my crossbow has piercing, but not quick charge, so I'm definitely taking advantage of that. 8 emeralds for a quick charge book, are you kidding? Yes, please. I will take one of those, absolutely. Now, I don't have an anvil around here with me to actually apply that, but we will get to that a little bit later. While I'm here, I'm going to trade a little bit of coal to the weaponsmith as well, until that trade locks up, and then we get to see the trade unlocking at a certain point of the day, probably around midday. He'll revisit his grindstone and restock the trade, but for now we can just hang back and maybe trade with some of the other guys as well. This guy's coal trade is down to 8, which is really nice. And as you can see, that gives him a nice healthy dose of experience towards his next level. Where has the toolsmith gone? We haven't seen Montague the toolsmith for a couple of days, actually. I wonder where he's got to. I have a feeling he might be stuck somewhere. That does occasionally tend to happen. These guys are all the unemployed villagers who are running around as kids before. I wonder where Montague has gone. That's a concern. I hope he hasn't run foul of any zombies or anything like that, but he should do within the perimeter of this village. I even took the precaution of lighting up the river a little bit with lanterns, just because there was a possibility of drowns spawning down there. I guess I better quickly check the perimeter of the village as well, because yeah, he's hiding back here. I have no idea how he got over there. Probably one of these areas where I built up the wall in an area where they could walk over. Yeah, he's probably just like parkoured his way up this and then hopped over the side or something like that. That's annoying. I really wanted to add in some nice touches to the decoration of this village, but no, it's probably just this. Let's take that out. Unfortunate in terms of a design perspective, but I guess I could build the perimeter wall like one block higher and avoid issues like that in future. There we go. Montague should now be back at his station. If he's found it, yep, he's just wandered straight over there. Brilliant. Well, welcome back, my friend. I'm sorry I let you outside the wall. Hopefully that won't happen again. And as you can see, the weaponsmith has now refilled that coal trade he had before, and we can probably get him up to close enough to the next level, I guess. Not quite a journeyman yet, but there is still a little way to go. I've been taking out the zombie pigmen as they come through this nether portal. In fact, it's probably not a good idea to let them out of the nether portal in the first place. And I've cordoned it off with a few fence gates here, mostly to stop the villagers from going through, and the cat seems to have followed me over here for some reason. Yeah, mostly to stop the villagers from going through, but also to stop zombie pigmen from getting out. Because much like other zombies, zombie pigmen will actually scare villagers and they'll run away. And when they are scared, they basically forget everything else about what they're doing. They forget work, they forget whether or not they're going to gossip, and they run for safety, whether that's their houses, whether that's just away from the zombie as far as possible. And thanks to the fact that the zombie AI from zombie pigmen has basically been copied and pasted over, they are scared of zombie pigmen even if the pigmen aren't aggressive towards them. So it's usually a good idea to keep any kind of zombie or zombie pigmen interference away from your villagers. A zombie might be a good target for attracting iron golems though, because iron golems will aggro on a zombie that they can see in range and will walk towards it, and you can even use that as a trap to lure them into a very low yield iron farm. Because right now we have 5 golems patrolling this otherwise incredibly safe village. We don't need to worry too much about them being around for the villagers' protection, and so just placing a zombie up here perhaps, oh there's another cat, placing a zombie up here that they could find themselves attracted over to and then just lure them into a lava trap in the same way that we used to do with our old iron farm. It might be possible to just churn through iron golems that way. With a village of this size, it really wouldn't take them long to generate another one, and then you probably have an iron farm that got you 3 or 4 ingots every so often, every couple of days maybe. It wouldn't be a match for the old iron farm designs that you could get like lots and lots of iron per hour, but we'll get into one of those in future that's looking pretty promising. For now, all of these villagers are finding their beds, and you know what? I've started to feel a little bit sorry for them having to camp out under the stars like this. It feels a little bit too regimented, it doesn't feel all that great, and so Montague is finding my bed, finally. Welcome back, old friend. We are going to make some houses for these guys at long last. It's been too long without actually having proper houses for them, and I feel like now we've spent a bit of time with these guys, we could do it justice. So I'm going to go to a time lapse and we're going to make some houses.
Welcome back, folks. I hope you enjoyed the time lapse, and I'm quite happy with the way some of these houses have come together. They look kind of nice here in the jungle biome. However, I've encountered a few issues with it, not the least of which is that we have tons of iron golems now. So I'm probably going to have to come up with some way of humanely disposing of these guys, because they are a plague on this village right now. And I gather a few other people have said the same thing, that iron golems spawn really frequently in their village. And it may just be that the villagers don't really have much else to gossip about, because I've been doing a pretty lax amount of trading with them. I haven't been doing all that much trade while I focused on developing the village slightly. But what I have come to, the conclusion I have come to, is that building houses for them is not nearly as effective when it comes to getting them into bed. And while that's not something they need to do to refresh their trades, it is part of their routine and is, in theory, the safest thing for them to do in the event of a raid. And the idea behind some of this was that eventually I would get the village to a state where I thought it was protected enough against raids, and we would try one out here. However, you will notice as the sun starts to go down and the villagers start to make their way back to their beds, a lot of them are having real difficulty pathfinding to the beds that I've placed in these houses. And each of them, each floor of that house has 2 beds in it. This house here has 1 bed, and this house here on the right has 2. You will start to see them all claiming the beds as night continues to fall, but then stuff like this starts happening, where the villagers just can't find their way to the beds, whether that's because there are slabs in the way, or maybe because they just try and find the shortest path from where they were standing previously to the bed. This guy here seems to have found it, and sometimes they can even claim a bed through the wall and actually get into bed through the wall, but you'll find stuff like this happening all too often. There are 3 villagers just standing up here trying to get into the bed, or at least to the other beds that are over there in the large field kind of area through this house. And that's a problem. And until we distribute the beds over here a bit more evenly, it feels like that will continue to be a problem. Now this bed here is completely unoccupied. Let me just quickly check the beds that are up here in the houses. We've got one guy who has glitched through a slab over here, so that's not super promising. Here we have 4 villagers trying to get into the same bed. This flat up here is completely vacant, and it seems like they're having a really difficult time with it. So if I want this place to be a little bit more, I've got campfires in here, by the way, for a bit of atmosphere. I quite like that. But if I want this place to be functional as a village, it seems like a slightly better approach to finding them shelter in terms of these beds is to make a more open area. Basically to have an area that's kind of like this, but enclosed inside. Make it a little bit more like open plan, I guess, in terms of a living space, because building the kind of houses that I feel like make sense for a village, and even the kind of houses that you see in naturally generated villages around the world, seems a little bit unlikely to be the most productive way of getting them into their beds. And as you can see, the iron golems aren't really helping with that. They are waking up these villagers every now and again by pushing them out of bed, and then they just kind of stand there not entirely sure what to do. So I think we'll have to take a different approach, and that's why I paused the time lapse, having only done a couple of things around here. But I have got some more farmers now. We planted an area of wheat and potatoes and carrots over here, so that there are a couple more composters around for the farmers to use. And of course, they are summarily trampling all of the crops, but hopefully this area should stay nice and well lit, even though I've made a couple of changes to it. And in the meantime, we have a few more farmers that we can trade crops with. So hopefully that will be nice and productive. I've also got a couple more lecterns in this little library area over here that I built, and that's going to provide us with a couple more librarians. I think it even re-rolled one of the existing librarian's trades because I hadn't done much trading with him already. But yeah, I think maybe in tomorrow's episode we'll need to do something about the iron golem problem, and maybe we'll try and work on some slightly more, I guess, like open plan villager housing, just so that these guys will actually be able to find their beds at night. But that's going to be it for this episode of the Minecraft Survival Guide. I hope you guys have enjoyed it. If you have, don't forget to leave a like on this episode, subscribe if you want to see more, and I'll see you guys soon. Take care. Bye for now.
Easy to see that Hunter Biden is compromised. I think every American knows that's a threat. saves reached, and this committee decided to bring in some of the largest firearm manufacturers in the country, but not the Attorney General, who is actually in charge of enforcing our health. And it conducts oversight on the ATF, the FBI, and other target agencies. Why this committee hasn't brought in city and state attorneys who are refusing to uphold the law in a lot of these democratic areas. And why are we discussing surge of violent crime in those same democratically controlled areas? And 50 years ago, there were 108 million guns in this country. Murder rate was 9.6 per 100,000.
apps or get onto a team. I bet you can.
just sit there